to last time in Renascence. The party had lured the Fear Eater into an ambush on the beaches south of Fool's End. In the course of battle, the creature fled and they gave chase. When the party saw it leading them into the fog and possibly across the Vale into the Shadowfell, Noelle hatched a plan. She cast Sending on the creature and claimed the party intended to perform another conjunction, taking the creature's realm from it. The creature fell for her deception and flew into a rage, rounding back on the party with redoubled ferocity. Alas, in its rage it was outnumbered, and though the battle was fraught, the party slew it and emerged victorious. As they rested that night back at Fool's End, Noelle saw what she thought to be the creature's many gleaming eyes shining throughout the forested hills to the south, and though the land was dark for miles around the area where they slew the creature, the party concluded that they had broken the creature's hold on that region, but had not permanently killed it, and set about gathering support and intelligence to capitalize on the opportunity that they created. The creature was weakened, and the long-suffering people of Muiti could be rescued. Perhaps the creature could even be killed. They rallied the soldiers of Fort Bounty and enlisted Marshal Gideon Umbar of the Gatewatch to their cause, and within a few days, were ready to make another push into the island's depth, an army at their back. So we are picking up on the morning of the 57th of the month, Inanama. You have all assembled at the edge of mooring with an army of 80 soldiers armed with pikes and crossbows, commanded by Commodore Sidon and joined with Gideon Umbar, Brynbar the Bard, and Hidki the Orcish warrior. Are there any questions before we begin?
Did I have a bag of savings whenever we were in the Shadowfell last time?
I don't believe so. Nobody had bought one.
I think we bought those since we escaped.
Until after you got out.
Okay, because Cat's Brain literally just went, I wonder if we could access our savings thing from the Shadowfell.
Well, we might be able to test that. What did you want to resolve, Chani, with sending stuff the day before?
Oh, just asking the old lady if the sky's blue or red.
Okay. Noelle did have 2 free sendings that day, so that'll be... Oh, actually, before we get into that, I had a pitch for the military folks that I wanted to try out.
Okay.
Since we know from experience that what happens in the Shadowfell is, people get scared and they run off because they see visions and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it might be good, and it seems like it'd be plausible that everybody who goes has a whistle. And if they get scared, they blow it, and everybody can surround them so they don't run off.
Okay.
So they kind of just have like a protocol, basically, of like, if you start feeling scared and you feel the urge to split, blow that whistle, and everybody can react and help.
Okay. I think that in the course of preparations, getting whistles for everyone is probably pretty doable. It's pretty basic equipment.
Okay.
So yeah, that
Cool.
can definitely be added to everyone's packs.
Okay, so sending...
Or at least if they are going to run away, make sure that they run away in the direction that we came in and not off in random directions.
I don't think they're going to choose.
I mean, a guy can dream.
True. Excuse me. I'll sending to the old lady.
Okay.
I'll just say we are still trying to get things together, but help is on the way. What color are the skies where you're at? Also, what is your name?
My name, yes.
I know that. I have a great name.
Yes, my name is definitely something that I have.
You only have
ready,
25 words.
And it is. And she cuts off. No. So her name. Actually, I think I actually have it in my notes here. Let me scroll down to her.
While he's looking that up, something occurred to me, and that's if you want to get all of your spellcasters and your long range folks together, I can theoretically make 64 people affected by calm emotion.
Interesting.
Good to know.
Okay.
Gotta love the
So
20-foot radiuses.
where the fuck
It's
is
also theoretically how many
that?
people you can hit with a fireball, though.
Hope this thing
This
doesn't
guy?
have
This guy
fireball.
DMs. God damn it! Where's the Muiti section? Shit. Oh, here it is. Okay. So her name is Valra. My name is Valra.
Valra.
I wish I could be more helpful. I've never seen the sky proper. It's always so thick with fog and cloud. The whole village is surrounded. You cut it with a knife.
It's a Shadowfell. Got it.
Yes,
Shadowrun.
the village is
Understood.
still in the Shadowfell.
What color is this guide? I've only the foggiest.
Okay.
Although that would be a square. So I'll say like 40 something, because I don't really feel like that can be the area. 20-foot sphere.
Sure. Well, I'm going to start streaming this window just so you guys can see what you're working with here.
Okay.
Share
It's
screen.
gonna be like 80 people. It's gonna be so clustered with people.
Tabletop.
Well, I hope that I'm on the bottom today, because I would get the best view.
So, you guys have about 80 soldiers divided into 8 units, 10 soldiers each. 3 of them are equipped with pikes, and when you guys are sort of gathering in the morning, Sidon will have them sort of set up around the perimeter. The inner 5 units are all equipped with crossbows, but I couldn't find any crossbow minis, so these are just bow minis. But I promise they're crossbows. So you have 50 marksmen and 30 pikemen as sort of a perimeter defense. Leading them, as I said, was Commodore Sidon. He is not dressed in the sort of coat and finery that he usually wears in the office. He is currently wearing like a half plate with this, shining pauldrons adorned with the emblem of the Eastern Alliance, sword and shield on his back, and a cloak kind of pinned under his neck. Gideon is also here, similarly cloaked. Gideon is the purple guy.
Excellent.
Over
Okay.
here. Yes.
Okay. It's good to know whose is who.
Yes. Gideon is sort of at the lead behind the front pikeman with Sidon. And he's dressed in the usual garb that you've pretty much always seen him in, the dark cloak over the cloak. Sort of old, battered breastplate that you aren't accustomed to seeing. Still blindfolded, behorned, and as you draw close, he will just sort of like turn his head in your direction. Well, looks like we are assembled now.
Is Hitkey and
Brynbor?
Brynbor,
yep, are they here?
they are also here. They are beside you, here and here.
Okay.
Cool.
So, you have your expeditionary
army?
force.
I will
Okay,
take up the rear.
The rear.
Yes, because that way, if we do get into combat, I can calm emotions, and if they run away, they'll probably run into my sphere of influence, which will calm them down.
Fair, that could help.
I'm guessing probably Lauren and John will go to the front.
Very front.
Probably, yeah.
All right. I believe Hitkey will probably follow you.
I'll be in the middle.
Just drop him just in the middle of all the greens. They just plop.
gonna.
But they didn't plot.
Noelle's gonna hang out with Gideon, actually. Next to Gideon.
Okay. I think just for the sake of not being alone, Brynborg will probably hang out with Burberry.
Yay! Friendship!
Real talk, I don't want to get hit like I got yesterday. That shit still hurts.
Oh, that's entirely fair. It does have a lot of teeth.
He'll just like pull up his shirt, and you just see all of these fucking like teeth, like this giant jaw mark across his belly where that thing grabbed him and shook. It's like, yeah, thanks for the healing yesterday, by the way. That really helped. I feel like I would have been out of commission for a long while if not for you. So big ups for that. I guess it was like 3 days ago, but you know. Anyways, let's not get bit again. So to cover some bookkeeping stuff with this army, I've divided everybody up into units, right? So you have 8 units here.
Yep.
That will sort of just be acting as a singular entity during combat. I will not be rolling any dice for these guys because that will take too fucking long. Instead, we have done some math and we have figured out how mass combat is going to work. Basically, every unit, when they attack, needs a certain number of people present in order to make an attack land, is what it comes down to, depending on their target.
Oh, you're doing that style mob
Yeah.
mob combat. Yeah,
Yeah, well,
that
so
works real well.
Can lesser restoration be used to remove scars?
fun fact, I actually don't think that it can.
That's the reason I was asking, because I wasn't sure. I know that's not technically a condition, but since it's more of
Yeah, so
like, because I'm not trying to regrow limbs or anything.
well, okay, so with lingering with lingering injuries as a thing, right? There are a couple of injuries called horrible scar and minor scar, both of which require a 6th level spell or higher to recover from. But they don't do anything beyond just being a scar.
That's kind of silly.
Yeah, it's weird. Meanwhile, a broken bone only requires like some form of magical healing.
That's
It's really weird. It's like, I fucking broke my ankle. Here's a cure wounds. You're fine. This scar, I just can't cover it with makeup. I'm sorry, you're fucked until I hit fucking level 12.
Well,
At least it
I'm
looks
gonna
cool.
go ahead and just throw a random healing word in his direction. Just I don't know if he still needs the assistance, but yeah.
I mean, it's been like 3 or 4 days. You guys are all full hit points. Everyone's healed.
Oh wait, yeah. No, it's
Yeah.
just because I have
He's
one.
just got the marks because that shit was in there for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, so these guys, like I said, attacking as a unit, it'll be 2 people to land a hit or 3 people to land a hit.
Is this a new day, or are we still running with the spells from this sending?
So this is a new day. You can set your spells as you would like for the rest of the day. If you haven't yet.
Burberry, you have dispel magic, right?
I do, although well, wait, no, maybe. Hold on. I'm distracted in the wrong part of my book. Yes.
That's the
Okay.
thing.
Do you have it prepared, or no?
I haven't actually prepped my spells. I'm thinking about how big my wait, hold on, who's on top?
Who's on
Yes, well, I have to consider what whole spells that I have prepped for today at the moment, because there's only so much that I have in my skull brain thingy maneuver. The memory of the what do you call it again? Brain attic?
Okay.
No, that's
Yep.
not right.
No.
But yeah, I can have it prepped for today.
Okay.
I feel
I
like
just
that
think
it's
that-
just the number of bookmarks that Burberry has. Whenever he gets new spells, he just gets another bookmark.
That's a thing. It's canon now. So dispel magic is a thing.
I was just
I'll
asking.
I'll also prep create food and water just to kind of make rationing easier for the next day.
Okay, that's good. I think discussing this with your compatriots, the leaders here, they will let you know that like the army has brought enough food to get them through a week. They are hoping it will not come to much more than that, but they are ready for that much. And there's no wagon train or any additional supplies here. These guys are hoping this is going to be like a quick, like I said, under a week situation.
So are we.
So, two other points of order with the army here. So these guys have, just to make this easy, 16 hit points each. For the sake of simplicity, I'm not going to be like tracking every individual soldier's hit points. This is just going to be the unit. Every 16 hit points it loses, one guy is going to hit the ground. We're just going to keep it simple. There's also going to be some mechanics I've borrowed from 40K for the sake of simulating unit combat, if and when that comes up. And I have a couple of things that you guys can do to assist with that in combat. And we'll, for the sake of in-universe context, we'll say Sidon's explaining, how this is all going to work. Because these guys are fresh. They're not like seasoned warriors. These are relatively young recruits. So to assist them as sort of the leadership brigade here, the guys kind of commanding this whole thing. As an action, you guys can sort of stand with a unit to attempt to rally them and bolster them, give them courage. This will give them advantage on their next morale check. And so basically every time a unit takes damage, there will be a check to see if there are any people who do, as Noel mentioned, get frightened and start to run. And in the course of this, I'm sure you'll explain, like, let's, use the whistles, run for Burberry, run for the back, don't scatter, fall back in the direction we came. And, the soldiers will all nod and kind of brace themselves. If you do see anyone attempting to flee in that manner as well, you can use your reaction to attempt to steady them and one last ditch effort to kind of like hold the line and get that guy to return to his place in the formation. Beyond that, though, I'm hoping this should be a relatively quote unquote painless way to run combat.
Okay.
So, any other questions before you guys make your move here?
I think I'm good.
I think so.
Hally ho!
Onwards.
Let's go.
Or hose, if you identify that way.
Couple of laughs from the soldiers next to you. With that, then I guess Commander Sidon or Commodore Sidon will give the order to march, and your formation will begin the trek out of town towards the edge of the forest to the south. And within the hour, you guys come up to that forest's edge.
I feel
You
like
can see-
everybody's really excited to not be walking near Burberry because he goes, "Oh, let me tell you about Siglick."
You've got Burnborn's attention. He's curious. What's a Siglick?
All right, I'll proselytize on the way
Yeah.
for anybody who's bored and cares to listen.
Sure.
Ain't much better than Barnaby's. He's just telling us a long, long-winded story that doesn't seem to go anywhere.
And what's the moral of this story? Is it gumbo?
Well, it does involve that, but I was trying to catch a fish.
And
And
what
all
happened?
the perils that went. Well, so first of all, I was trying to fish, and I had my toe in the water with some string on it, trying to catch a fish. Like I was hoping I could catch a big fish, maybe 2 big fish. That would be enough to feed Enos at least for a day. So, anyways, there I was sitting with my foot in the water. It just kind of goes on and on.
Sure.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I was doing it for Boj Lake, not Sig Lake. My bad.
Bojalik, excuse me.
Yeah.
What's a Bojalik? Up towards the front of this column, I think Gideon will probably look over his shoulder at the other 2 behind him, kind of popping off, and just kind of glance down to you, Noel. Says, your friends seem to be in good spirits. How are you feeling about this?
Maybe not as good of spirits as they are, but I'm hopeful. This is definitely going to be interesting.
Well, fingers crossed.
Have you ever done anything like this before?
Not in a long while. Last time would have been in Landor, during the incursion. Very few of us made it back.
And I forget, you don't have any personal experience with the Shadowfell?
No. No, my extraplanar experience is largely limited to that hellish domain. Not this one. I have tried to find anything since your friend Aloran has been in rather regular contact with Gerald.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, our records are somewhat lacking, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Well, I'm not surprised. We couldn't find anything really here either.
As I understand it, the Shadowfell is not a very widely loved place. I know there is a pathway in the capital. There are shadow folk who dwell in extraplanar burrows there, but beyond that, I am not terribly familiar with it myself. Truth be told, this was never my area of expertise. This lore keeping.
I assume there was someone that was a lore keeper.
They did not make it back.
I'm sorry to hear it.
They all were. I was hoping this goes differently.
I think we've got a good chance.
At the front of the procession, Hidkey will kind of look to you and John, Aloran.
Have Hickey roll a perception check for me.
Oh. She got a 9.
She knows nothing. Wait, let me roll for John.
What does she not know?
He got a nat 1. Okay. So everyone, Aloran looks great.
Cool.
Okay.
Hidkey will pull a flask out of her belt and just take a short swig and look to you two. For the nerves.
Oh my god, can I please have some?
Yeah, she'll pass it down the line.
Okay, she'll take one swig and just be like, okay, no more, and then go one more.
No more. One more. No more. No more.
One more, and then hand it back, and then pull out another bottle. Okay.
Did you bring enough for the whole class?
I'd go easy. We may need more in the coming
Pretty big
days.
class.
Oh, I got like 5 bottles of booze in here. Don't you worry. We're good.
That's good to hear. John, she'll pass the flask. Presumably, he will.
Yeah, John.
Take
I guess
it.
Drink. Yeah, I'll drink that.
Sure, yeah, okay.
Go, go, go.
and head back. So, at the forest edge, any final preparations before you guys take the plunge?
I would like to offer my compatriot a squid popsicle.
Ugh. I mean, thank you. Very, very kind. I just, not a fan.
It's fine. It's not to everyone's taste. Here, give me the rest of that.
He just hands the unlicked popsicle back to you. Well,
How are they still
without further ado,
popsicles?
then,
That's my question.
I mean, I bought 20. So I'm down to 7.
yeah,
All right.
it might just be like a big ice block in your bag that's been just dripping for days now, slowly thawing. You got like a big
Horrible
fishy
thought.
stain down the back of your robe.
Stop.
No,
Hate
I
it.
feel like he got he stuck it in the barrel.
Oh, okay. They're being kept. Sure.
That one little random barrel.
Sure.
Maybe I just, buy new ones and swap them out. Or use
Maybe shit. You could probably re-up on ice from that guy. He's got that little bit of magic. He can fucking line the barrel.
I mean, I've been a great customer.
Yeah, I'm fuck it. Why not? That's our justification there. He's made you a little refrigerated fucking barrel for the time being. So, given all this, you
Disbelief
guys are,
unsuspended.
yeah, unsuspended. Without further ado, Sidon will give the final order, and your expedition will begin marching into the forest. So, at the head of the procession, Aloran, he'll give me a perception check for the first few hours of your journey. And I should ask the party, would they have advised any particular pace for this trip?
How many days is the trip?
2.
Actually, shoot, we need rewind. We got to discuss this.
Oh.
I mean, they
So-
said they brought a week of provisions.
They brought a week of provisions to be safe. Hopefully it won't take that long. You guys have your map, and I think there would have been a conversation with Sidon and Gideon regarding the route you guys would take here. The map does show a dotted line that sort of starts up in the hills and winds its way through Salasu to Muiti.
Mm-hmm.
Sidon, I think, would be a little leery. And I think you would probably catch the fact that he is still kind of in disbelief that this map even exists. There is something strange about that to him. He's a little concerned about the provenance there, but he's not going to turn down information. However, he will point out there is an alternate route we could take down the eastern coast. We could follow this river here, and he will point to, I believe it's called the
Bevan?
River. Brevin River, yeah.
Can John help with his stupid high survivability there?
Potentially. But he'll point to that river and he'll say, we might be able to follow this up into the mountains. From there, we could move directly to Muiti without bothering with these ruins, if that is all they are.
Or sorry, survivability was the wrong word. Survival. Because doesn't he have
I would say
Lauren actually has better survival than John.
Oh, well, in that case, can Lauren help with it? I'm
I
not
said that,
thinking.
I was like, let me see. Let me
do
check.
we want to stop at Salasu? I feel like we should, just to be thorough, if we're doing this.
I think we should stop
I'm
at Salasu.
On the way, I see no problem with it.
It's a little out of the way if we do the Bevan River route.
In that case, I think if we do it, we should fast travel one day so that we can make up the time.
I would just like to let you know my perception roll was a 19 plus 9. So I'm not losing my 19.
Okay.
Perception check.
You might be, depending on the pace that we decide on here. So just heads up.
What?
Well, I said for a day. It doesn't necessarily have to be the first one. It's just
Fair.
that we can.
If we did the Bevan
Um,
route, could we cut into Salasu once we got kind of to the end of the river and just check it, and then head south to Muiti?
Shoot, where did my map go? I had it. So, with the Bevan route, you would be able to reach the river before the end of the first day and start making your way up the valley.
Mm-hmm.
You could theoretically stop in Salasu first if you wanted to.
Yeah.
It would not be terribly out of the way. The major difference between these two routes is one doesn't go directly through Salasu. The Bevan River would allow you to go to Muiti first if you wanted to. You would have fresh water by the end of your first day of travel, which is a concern
Mm-hmm.
with a group this large. And Sidon will probably voice like I said, the concern that if the ruin is a ruin, as our intelligence would have us believe, it could well be a dangerous site we might be passing through if we do take the route through the mountains to Salasu first. If we take the Bevan River, at the very least, as I said, we would have the option to cut straight to Muiti. We could look at Salasu, but we would not be obliged to cross it.
Yeah. I think Bevan is a good route, given that we also get to follow the coast for the first chunk of it.
Okay. Sure, cool. So, how fast do you guys want to go with this on this first day then? Given that this is your route.
I would just say a normal pace. Like, I would say either normal or
Keep
fast.
that 24.
Well, I don't see the point of going slow because it's not like we're going to be able to sneak up on this thing with.
I would only pitch
An army.
fast for the first day just because most of it's going to be along the coast. Or at least a good chunk of it is.
Yeah.
And I think we'll be okay doing fast pace along the coast. Especially during the day. I assume this is going to be like a first thing in the morning we're going to move.
Yeah, you guys would be assembled within like an hour.
Then I think we could fast pace through the first day.
Okay, sure. So the fast pace, you guys are going to be crossing like 25 miles this first day. Be out of mooring, out of sight of mooring within probably an hour. And given that that's the course of action, then I think you guys wouldn't actually go for that forest edge necessarily. You would probably be, like I said, like you guys said, walking along the coast.
Mm-hmm.
So following the coast for those first few hours as the sun begins to climb, and Lauren, moving at a fast pace, if you could roll one more dice for me. For that
Just for
perception check.
disadvantage.
Yeah, sorry.
It's 11 plus 9, so 20.
20. Still not bad.
Still pretty good.
Beyond the slight overcast sky up ahead of you, it's clear and quiet right now, and your first few hours of marching proceed without incident. As the hours passed, midday rolls around. Say, Lauren, give me one more check. See how things are looking.
I rolled a 10 and I rolled an 11, so 19.
19. Staying consistent. It's good. It's good. By midday, you guys are well clear of mooring. Any sign of sort of the smoke rising from the outlying farms has long since vanished behind you, miles away now. You are now hiking past rocky hills sort of dotted with trees. But the forests don't properly start until a few hundred feet up, a good few miles inland from the coast. This side of the island is substantially more sheer to look at than the other side. You can see breaks in the rock miles away, leading up into sort of the heartland of the island. But for the most part, it is jagged, rocky cliffs for a lot of this. About an hour after midday, you guys would cross your first river. And from there, judging from your map, you would know that you've really only got a few more hours to go before you would hit that second one, the Bevan River. Sure enough, as the sun begins to arc lower over the horizon, up ahead, you do see flowing out to the ocean over these rocks a pretty sizable river, wide, and at the coast at least fairly shallow, kind of fanning out into this wide delta. But looking up into the mountains, you can see that this river has sort of cut a pretty deep canyon for itself over millennia. Mm-hmm. So there is a very sizable divot that this water is sort of kind of running through and out of to the ocean floor. And a few miles inland, you can see the forests beginning to sort of grow at the top of that cliff.
Is it regular water or gross magic water?
Well, you can see the sun, so safe bet is probably nice and safe. But if you want to test it, you're welcome to.
Usually, because honestly, like, I didn't know if I was in the Veil or in the Shadow Realm or not. Whenever I ran into gross magic water, I assumed nothing.
Fair. Sure, Burberry, kind of step away from the pack and cup a handful of water. Smells fine. Feels fine. It's cool.
It's really cool.
It's too bad I'm wearing a mask, otherwise I would do the derpiest thing right now.
Peck it.
No, I was thinking like the.
Oh. What if it turned out the water on Mooring just sucked?
Just
It
everywhere.
was just like really awful and bitter for no reason.
They've got terrible tap water. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it's like that one water fountain you avoid in high school.
Yeah.
Ancient frackers ruined this island.
It's like off at the end of the hallway with no classrooms at the end of it.
All right, Barry will taste the water.
Tastes fine.
Yeah, cool. All right.
Cool. So, at this point, you guys can begin your hike inland. Sidon will direct the army across this shallow delta here, just so that you're on the south side, the south bank, when you begin climbing. And with your last few hours of daylight, begin to make your way into the uplands. So, Aloran, if you'll give me one last perception check.
17.
17. Okay.
I can also perception check the rear if need be.
Sure, yeah, if you want to.
You know, I don't want anything running up behind us with my poor innocent friendo here.
They're going after Brimbor.
Oh, damn. I mean, I don't have nearly as impressive perception as Lauren. That's insane. But 19 from the back.
Very nice. So, Lauren, At the head of the perception, or the head of the procession, you would be among the first to notice as you begin to march about an hour up this currently gradual slope, but growing more severe as you climb. You'd be the first to notice up ahead as you're sort of drawing nearer to the sort of the thickest patch of forest you've yet seen on this shore, kind of passing these isolated patches of trees. Gathering in the sort of eaves of the forest edge, there is a growing mist.
Wonderful.
Squinting, you can see it is a pretty hefty fog bank, sort of reaching down through the forest from far up near the cloudy mountaintops at the center of the island.
Are we heading right for that?
That is
I
in your
believe we'll
path.
be making camp first. Okay.
So it is still a few hours before sunset at this point. You guys have been hiking for most of your day, and you've been booking it at a fast pace, so you're ahead of schedule. If you camp, you would be camping at the point where you would have reached if you had proceeded normally.
Is there any way to redirect around this? I assume Lauren shares this with the group.
Yeah.
Do you want to like stop the march and sort of gather
Yeah,
command?
I'll point out
Yeah.
to people that that's kind of what we're watching out for as we travel. The more we avoid those, the less traveling we have to do in the Shadowfell.
Gideon will he will unclasp the cloak around his neck, and you will see the wings sort of tense, as if he's ready to unfurl. Say, I can take a quick look around.
If it's just like one area, I think I could try something as well.
What are you thinking?
I have gust of wind. Try to blow it away. Maybe that works.
Potentially.
We haven't used it before, so.
Well, it doesn't cost us anything to have Gideon look around.
Yeah.
Did Commodore Sidon bring like a spyglass Gideon could use?
He will reach under his breastplate and pull out a spyglass.
I knew you'd have one.
Hand it to Gideon. Unfortunately, Gideon will take it
Oh, right.
and sigh and hand it back. He will, however, sort of.
This is just for like a lookout thing, like just.
I think he's trying to scout if there's a way around the clouds.
I'm going to see if I can determine the breadth of this fog bank, at the very least.
Okay, I would like to cast ability thingy or enhance ability. I will give him bonuses on his wisdom checks.
Okay, cool.
Could I give him Bardic Inspiration for this too?
Sure, yeah.
Cool.
And he, in turn, will also sort of gesture his hands over the blindfold and mutter a quiet incantation. And you will see sort of the spots over his eyes sort of flash with this eldritch light. And then a third spot, this sort of small burning light starts to shine from the center of his forehead behind the blindfold. And he will unfurl the wings and take off. And you'll watch as over the next few minutes, he sort of goes in a wide arc up and out towards the edge of the forest ahead of you. And he banks to the left and begins to fly further south along the forest edge. And as he does, you'll actually see the fog that's just sort of like lingering there under the trees actually sort of sort of billows out slowly, kind of wafting after him, almost as if this massive hand is just too slow to grab him, as he just zooms southward, well clear of it.
Do we have any panicking among our ranks?
There is definitely some consternation watching this.
I'm gonna sing his praises while he's gone.
Sure, yeah. I think there's some muttering among the troops about like, holy shit, this guy's got devil wings and horns. Like that's it. But then as soon as that like kind of foggy hand sort of extends up out of the forest, there's like, oh fuck no. And that becomes the focus of their concern. But Gideon will arc south and before quickly looping back in your direction before he sort of flies out of sight. And so, what was that inspiration dice?
D8.
D8. And he has advantage.
Mhm.
Okay. That advantage. Fuck, that sucks. I'm sorry. That was a 7.
Oof.
Damn,
Plus
I almost
6.
asked Gideon to carry a Lauren.
I mean, he's got pretty okay perception. He just rolled really bad. So
Oh, okay.
7 on the dice, plus 6 is 13, plus 7 perception.
It was
So
7 with
dirty
advantage.
20.
What was the other
Dirty
one?
20. A 5. But as he sort of flies back and he proceeds a little ways north, not terribly far, just because you guys have already sort of passed that area, before he finally arcs back down and sets down on the ground next to you all. Well,
Can we pull out the map and have him point out the areas?
Is it everywhere?
he will just kind of grit his teeth and nod. Says, it looks as though this bank extends behind the tree line a good distance south of here.
Should we see if Baby Teeth is over there?
If what?
Should we see if Baby Teeth's over there?
Oh, see if he's
Oh, sorry, that's our nickname for him. Is Baby Teeth.
baby teeth.
Although a nickname does imply that we're fond of him, which we certainly are not.
It doesn't seem as though you two are terribly fond of each other.
No,
You could
fuck
say
Baby
that
Teeth.
I'm forever like you could say that that our interactions are indelible on my back.
Did it seem like it was moving closer, Gideon? Like towards
seems to
us
be-
right here?
Well, as I drew close, it seemed to reach out to me, but it doesn't look as though it can extend much further beyond the edge of the forest, which is heartening, I think. I actually have a thought that I would like to try something.
Do tell.
Do any of you have a shovel?
Wrong campaign.
I'm a chick.
Dude would have a shovel.
You know what? I legitimately don't know. Burberry carries so many random things sometimes.
I don't have the shovel.
I mean,
I think
would
I do.
someone among these 80
Do you
bajillion
really?
people have a shovel?
I had wrote down a long time ago. Oh, it was from Fayroll. Basic mining tools: pick, headlamp, candles, chalk, shovel, pitons. Or pitons.
Yay!
No
Nope,
one to the
I don't
rescue.
got a shovel.
Oh yes, it's right here in my bag.
Well,
Wait, did you get that back?
Apparently I didn't. Free stuff.
so, given what your friends of the Conclave determined about this creature, I am curious about what we might find a few feet underground. If we could try digging here to start.
Random question. If I would meld into the stone, would I be able to sink into the ground?
I was thinking it.
If it's rocky ground, I believe, is the only limit.
Yeah,
'Cause I
well, it has
I
to be solid. Like, it has to be big enough to contain you.
A stone object or surface large enough to fully contain your body. Yeah, as long as it's stone.
Is there? Well, I guess that doesn't really help.
Sure.
Yeah. Never mind.
It is great for a nap, though.
Yeah. Well, I guess while he's doing that, I'm gonna see what happens if I try to blow the wind out. I'm just gonna use gust of wind. Just in
Okay.
case
Do you want
somebody
to approach the forest edge then?
does- Yes. And I'm gonna do gust of wind for a minute in one direction and see what happens.
60 feet long, 10-foot wide blast of wind in a direction you choose for the spell's duration, which is 1 minute. Okay. Gideon just kind of stands and waits. And eventually, I think the shovel will get passed to one of the grunts nearby who will just. Okay.
There's got to be more than one shovel in this. We got 80 people here.
I mean, there's a pick too, so a few guys will grab those implements that you're carrying, and they'll start digging nearby. Aloran stepping up to the edge of the forest, you will see as you approach, the fog bank does sort of start to sort of out towards you, not quite reaching. You stop short of it, and it sort of mirrors your movement, and you can see these sort of tendrils of mist sort of curling along the grounds, almost as if they're like kind of like sweeping a hand out towards you.
Could I like just go baby teeth? Are you scared, baby teeth?
But I don't think that has the effect you assume it does. It just blows out your
Blowing
mic.
in the mic. Yeah. No, it's just the gust of wind.
Oh, God. And then I'll just go, oh, fuck you.
Yeah. So the gust of wind, and you basically cut like a tunnel through the fog bank about 60 feet deep. And you just kind of watch as the fog kind of just swirls around it for a solid minute.
And then instantly just goes.
Yeah. Just kind of closes back in through the trees when the spell ends. Back where you guys, the majority of the army is standing, the soldiers will dig down a couple of feet, not a very big hole, but deep enough before Gideon finally is like, all right, I'm not seeing anything. Let's try closer to the forest. And so they'll move up to join you, Aloran, and spend a few minutes digging. And after getting a few feet down, Gideon will raise a hand, stop, and point down into the hole. And you can see Aloran sort of mixed into the dirt of the wall of this hole. There are some sort of web-like tendrils sort of protruding out of the dirt.
Oh, did we remember to buy herbicide?
Herbicide?
Yeah.
Did you buy herbicide?
We talked about it, or I talked about it last time, but I forgot to mention it this time.
Did you want to buy herbicide? Hey, he made it.
How much is herbicide?
Let me see how much poison is.
He's alive.
Apparently, I slept straight through my alarm.
Oh, buddy, I'm sorry.
Well, you've only missed some travel so far, so you're good.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, and Johnny's impression of John, which was
That's
amazing.
true.
Alright.
I'm glad you came back before
I
I
literally just woke up. So,
Well,
I literally just woke up, so I'm gonna be right back.
okay.
Okay. No worries. Okay. So most poison is real expensive. And that's probably a lot stronger than herbicide. So
Yeah,
we're gonna
this is-
say
This is plant poison.
plant poison. Maybe like 5 gold for a dose.
Okay. I'll get 2 doses, but I'm
And industrial
saving
scale chemical synthesis is not quite where the tech tree is at here in Renascence yet.
That's fine. That's fine.
So
I'll buy 2 doses. And
you're still
I'll
looking
put
at
them somewhere-
artisanal
I'll put them
poisons.
somewhere important.
Okay. So yeah, we'll say this is like a 5-foot square's worth of plant poison.
Also, I was looking through my spell stuff.
Hmm.
And it occurs to me that this giant sheet that I made is actually less than useless. Because it only takes 1 minute to cast Magic Circle, and it'll take me 10 minutes to use this pre made thing, and it still uses the spell slot.
Well, this is the glyph of warding prep, right?
Yeah, did I get that? Did I look the wrong thing?
I believe it was a glyph of warding you were trying to prep, because that takes an hour to cast.
Thank you. Okay, that makes me feel better.
Yeah. No worries. But, so, Aloran, in the hole, you can see that there is this web-like material mixed in with the dirt that is has a very familiar black, sticky texture to it. Very reminiscent of the creature as it attempts to melt into the ground.
You know what? Let's cast Speak with Plants. And I'm gonna try to talk to it and see if it's a plant.
Interesting. Okay.
It's nothing I've ever seen before, right?
You can make a nature check.
Okay, I'll do that first.
Can we get a like? Do you know offhandedly any life examples?
If you've ever seen mycelium in the ground, it's very reminiscent of that.
Thank you.
All right, so it's a 17 plus 1.
17 plus 1.
18.
Okay. It looks a lot like mycelium, which you have seen, but it is it appears to be of the same sort of black sticky substance as the creature when you watched him as he sort of melts into the ground. So you're fairly confident that this thing is tied to it in some fashion.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, I think I'm calling it with the hive mind thing kind of going on right now. Anyways.
We've got a fungus among us.
I think we're among us, the fungus.
I'll try to talk to it. And I'll just say, what are you?
What are you?
The response is barely audible, Aloran.
She'll put her head in the ground.
But
what?
it's this tiny whispering voice. I'm tired of you, is what I am.
I'm tired of you. I'm Cat.
What was that?
What I said?
Yeah, what did you say? You cut out.
I would like to say Aloran is just kind of like butt up, head in the dirt, going, "Fuck you, baby teeth."
Hey, no.
You just watch as like 100 of these tiny little threads of this black webbing just kind of up at you, just fucking like splaying off the ends of this webbing in the dirt. And then it just withdraws back out of sight.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, you bitch.
I'm a little terrified. We're gonna get there. It's just gonna be a giant mass of mycelium.
At least now we know he's a fun guy.
We knew that.
What does
I
this
thought you
tell
were doing
us,
a fun-
Gideon?
a fun guy.
Like, what was this theory based on?
Well, your conclave friends said that they saw structures reminiscent of fungus, and I imagine this might have been what they were talking about. I suspect this substance is present wherever this thing has influence. Does not look as though it is able to draw terribly close to the coast, which is heartening.
Ooh, can I produce flame and burn the black stuff?
Oh, it's gone. It's out of sight already. It pulled away.
Aw.
If you want to keep digging and look for it,
Could you bring me back some?
Okay. I'll start digging with my hands, trying to find some more.
okay. The only direction you're finding more is in the direction of the forest, and as soon as you like pull enough dirt away to like catch sight of some, it's like back through the dirt, pulling towards the forest edge.
That's a
And
good
it-
roast sound effect.
As you draw closer, you can see the fog up ahead of you, like like reaching out towards you, and you're just like, all right, nah, fuck this. Back up. But Gideon will simply say, if this is the creature, and this fog is the way through, if the creature has control over this, I'm not confident we're going to find a way around anywhere.
The less time we spend in the Shadowfell, the higher chance of success. I'm not saying that we will never have to go in. We will definitely have to go in once we get to the village at the very least, but if we can avoid it, we should try.
I mean, we can always just let Lauren dig there. It seems to be running away from her hands.
You can always go back to the military and get some fungicide.
Herbicide. It's very expensive.
Would it be herbicide if it's for fungus? That was fungicide.
I'm not sure. Herbicide is just usually for plants in general. I don't know if there's a specific one for fungus.
I mean, I think there's specific poisons for specific plants. I don't know shit about this kind of stuff though, because I studied art, so I don't know shit.
I ain't no botanist.
I would assume you would have procured something that you thought would be effective. Your character has a plus something to intelligence, which is more than I can claim. So, we'll assume you have
But you've got a plus something to intelligence on your actual person character sheet.
I would say at the best, I would say it's not negative. I won't make any further claims.
But you're right, D&D.
I don't know magic.
You have to have at
I
least
don't know
a
what
plus
fucking
one.
magic. Do you know magic?
I mean-
Anybody?
Well,
with
it's definitely at
intelligence
least
in
got a
know-
+2 to cartography.
I know Arginal Fraster.
That I think just comes from expertise. I don't think that's necessarily an ability score thing. But we're getting distracted here.
All I was gonna
Just
say
got fungicide
to wrap
some kind
that
of fungicide.
to wrap that thought up, all I was gonna say was, we've already made good progress today. I don't think there's any harm in taking a careful night here at the edge of things and just not diving headfirst in right now.
Perhaps we should make a small line. How deep did this thing go?
It was a few feet underground,
A few feet.
like two to three.
Like, that's where it started?
That's where you first saw it. Yeah.
I don't think we should dig a 2 to 3 foot trench before we go to bed. That sounds exhausting.
I think we should just back up a little bit. make a camp. Like I said, we made really good progress today. And there's no harm in getting a little bit of early sleep and starting off and seeing if we have any other options in the morning.
Okay
That's
with
fair.
this?
As an alternative, Sidon will step up to voice a potential alternative here. We could continue south, further along the coast, and try to come at Mwiti from its southern perimeter. It's going to be a steeper climb, but judging by this map, it does not seem to be terribly far inland from this area down here, around the third river.
Hey, you should probably tell Clark where we are.
Well, I was gonna say, don't we also have that unknown structure in the south, up in the mountains?
That would be on the west coast, and you guys are on the east coast right now.
We're also trying to avoid going through Shadowfell as much as possible.
Yes.
I don't think that was in the Shadowfell.
It was the start of Shadowfell, I thought.
No, I saw that.
There was
before I
one that
went to
John
Shadowfell.
saw on the south side, like the southwest side of the island.
I'm thinking of dated, sorry. Well, I mean, if we could get a little bit of extra progress today before we back her off, that'd be good.
Well, I think it's an option, and if we want to take it, it's one that would require some commitments, since we would be moving a few more hours further south
So
before stopping for the day.
We would be saving the other
Wait.
village for the way back then. The other potential village.
I think my only like dispute with this is that I think this fog is now just going to follow us, no matter where we go, because it reacts to us now. So I think if it sees us moving our big army south, it's just going to come with us.
I believe that's correct, Gideon will say. And
So-
I think the plan now is to simply find a point of crossing that leaves us on the other side for as little time as possible before we reach Mwiti.
So would the steep one be a shorter trek to it if we kept going south?
Yeah, on paper, Mwiti is closer to the coast at this third river here, the Tooth River, coming out of the teeth.
Okay, yeah.
Aptly named, right?
I'm fine with that if everyone else is. That was like my only.
Yeah, I think it wastes less time than my thought, and I think we have maybe a chance of avoiding the Shadowfell a little longer that way.
Yeah,
I'm down.
let's do that then.
All right.
I mean, it's not like I have to walk very far today.
Well, isn't that cryptic? Anyways, I suppose we should be carrying on, Gideon will say. And he will walk with Sidon back to the head of the army, and you guys will sort of back away from the forest and begin marching further south with the remainder of your day. So, a few more hours will pass before the sun finally begins to sink out of sight. The sky begins to darken. And Aloran, riding that 17, watching the edge of the forest in the distance, sort of running parallel to you, you do see, no matter how far you walk, there is always a wisp of cloud still lurking behind those first few trees, slowly fading from sight as it gets darker and darker.
So the fog's going away?
It's still there as far as you can tell, but it's just getting too dark to see it.
I'll have us back up away from the forest a little bit more.
Okay.
get
Yeah.
as close
I mean,
to the.
you
coast
guys
as we
can walk along the fucking water if you want to. That's totally doable.
Yeah, well, if we can't see it, and I don't know, I feel like at night the creature is more powerful, so it might be able to have a bigger reach.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
play it safe.
That's fair. So,
As we make camp, I will proselytize about the Sandman, which is like weirdly like rhythmic and soothing and
Hula dance.
Sandman.
huh?
It's a do you hula dance? That's what that.
No, I was trying to come up with the word for it. It has like a really good pentameter. Like it's like like listening to it is made to lull you to sleep, kind of
Okay.
like white noise.
Sure.
The sermon is explicitly measured to put you to sleep. The one temple that actually wants that.
Do we need to worry about watches, or how does this work with our big
That's
group?
going to be up to y'all if y'all want to keep watches.
I'll take
Sidon
first
is absolutely going to be commanding soldiers to be sleeping in shifts.
Yeah.
So there will be a unit awake. Actually, 2 units awake for every watch shift.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys want to join them, you're welcome to.
I'm pretty useless at night for watch because I have disadvantage, but.
I'll take first watch.
All right, yeah.
I'm up anyway, telling them about the lovely wonders of the Sandman.
Ooh.
Also, I have disadvantage during the day, so nighttime's kind of my shtick. I just hit the cat in the face with the dice.
Oh,
Nice.
Which she is, funnily enough, sleeping. 13.
I'd say
13.
you rolled pretty well on the sleep spell then.
Okay.
Yeah,
So, Burberry. You don't see it,
what?
but a soldier does. And he very quickly taps you on the shoulders, like, what is that? And he points up the slope towards the forest's edge. And there's just enough moonlight kind of filtering through the clouds that you can see there is something on the ground moving towards you. This strange, lumpy mass. Wide, just towards the camp.
I feel like the joys of having Burr. Hire first, ask questions later. Good morning!
So, rousing the camp. What is the battle plan look like as you guys are sort of setting up for whatever this is as it comes at you?
I'm just immediately like, as I said that was a guiding bolt in that direction for 120 feet.
Gotcha. Okay. So,
I like it.
guiding bolts that casts light, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it's radiant damage too.
Yeah. Okay. So, go ahead and roll to hit.
19.
Definitely hits. Give me some
Cool.
damage.
Yay. I say I should keep my dice on my desk, but I can't because of a little missy. Oh, that's sad. That was all 1, 2s, and 3s.
Oof.
9.
9 damage.
4d6 and I do 9 damage.
Oof. Well, with 9 damage, I'll give this one to you. It's one shot, but you will see as the bolt connects a flash of light. You will see whatever the bolt struck just pop in a spray of innards and goop. And you will see in that brief flash of light, this wave almost traveling over the earth is a mass of writhing, fanged worms, about a foot long each, just towards the campsite.
Everybody up!
Yep. So, I'm going to say let's take our break here, and we'll roll for initiative in 5 minutes.
Okay.
All
Going on
right.
break.
10 if we need it. All right?
Stream's live.
Woo. So, we are about to roll initiative.
All right. You need dice to
actually, yeah,
play
let me
this
get the. You do need dice. Da, 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 da.
So does army roll as one?
Effectively,
Is
yeah.
it like the army's turn? Got it.
19 for me.
Oop. All right, 19 for Burberry.
21 for John.
21 for John.
11 for Noel.
11 for Noel.
20 for Barnaby.
Damn.
20 for Barnaby. Lauren.
18.
18. Damn, y'all rolled really good.
Except for me.
All right. I mean, still double digits. Let's see. So, Brenby rolled not terrible. Sidon. Ooh, he rolled bad. Gideon. Not bad. Where is he at? Okay. Hidkey. Oops, shit.
It's just like, nah, bro.
Hidkey also rolled pretty good.
Oh, also, I would have had to be next to whoever tapped me.
I mean, there's soldiers everywhere. It could have been any of them. And the army, which didn't roll bad either. All right, and there are.
I like how you have the template army over to the left.
That's your marching order, right? So we have our initiative order. Let's go sort numerically. Top of the order is John. And I'll say at this point, John, it is like just barely visible outside the light of the fire. You can see these writhing shapes sort of just tumbling down the slope towards this encampment. And it is a mass, like probably like a good 90 feet wide, like a wave of just these fucking worms coming towards you guys.
So those are pikemen up in the front?
Yep.
Can I go fill one of the gaps in between the little regiment thingies?
Yeah, sure. What's your movement speed?
40, unless I'm next to a Lauren, and 45.
Then you can easily fill that spot with movement to spare.
And I think I'll just end my turn there, because it's not within range, right?
Not
You
yet.
can prep an attack.
That's true. You get ready.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll ready an attack for if it becomes in my range within this round.
Okay, cool. Next in the order is Barnaby. What do you want to do, Barnaby?
After considering all things,
Mm-hmm.
I go to shoot.
From here, do you want to move?
I'll stay right here.
Okay. So they are currently. What is this? So 40 and. Yeah, so they're about 80 feet from you at this point.
On second consideration, I will move closer.
Okay.
And then shoot.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 50 feet. Do you want to get any closer than that?
No, that should be good for me.
So go ahead and roll to hit.
That's an 18 plus 9 and a 11. 2 plus 9.
11.
So that was for both that was for both attacks.
Okay. The 11 won't hit, but the first one will.
All right. So the first one is 7 plus Dex, 11. That is 11.
11 to hit?
Or 11 damage. The other one didn't hit.
Oh, 11 damage, excuse me, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So with 11 damage, you see the shot make contact with something in that mass, and there's a distant spray of blood, but the mass continues just rolling towards this front line.
Gun does work against it.
Gun is good. So, Burberry, it is your turn.
I would try for a second. I'll go ahead and cast guiding bolt again.
Guiding bolt?
Mhm.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
I believe crying is a free action.
It better be 19.
20 will hit.
19, but yeah. It hit last time, so it should hit again.
Yep.
That one was
Yep.
better. It can take 18 damage.
18. Another spray of viscera as another of these creatures pops in the distance. Anything else on your turn?
I'm gonna make myself comfy between one group green and two group green.
All right. So over here?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. That'll take us to Aloran. What's your play, girl?
First, I'd like to move up 30 feet by
Okay.
Barnaby. And then I would like to cast Wind Wall.
3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Wind wall.
Shiny.
I think it's going to be pretty damn effective, if I read it correctly.
A wall of wind rises from the ground at a point you choose. You can make the wall up to 50 feet long, 15 feet high, 1 foot thick. You can shape the wall in any way you choose. When the wall appears, each creature within this area must make a strength save. Creature takes 3d8 bludgeoning on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. Keeps fog, smoke, and other gases at bay. Smaller flying creatures or objects can't pass through the wall. Lightweight materials brought into the wall fly upwards. Okay. So when the wall appears, each creature within its area must make a strength save.
Mhm.
Okay. So you're gonna cast this in the midst of this fucking mass of creatures. Okay.
I want to kind of try to block them from moving too quickly on us.
So
While
this
we
is
get our
not
bearings.
this is not gonna stop them from what I'm seeing, because it only stops flying creatures necessarily.
Let me read. Was it?
Yeah. Small or smaller flying creatures or objects cannot pass through the wall.
Think of it as that annoying wind machine that blocks off the back room at TJ's.
Arrows, bolts, and other ordinary projectiles launched at targets behind the wall are deflected upward and automatically miss. So they will take initial damage from the impact of the wall.
I look forward to whenever Lauren gets Stonewall, because she's just gonna cause chaos.
But yeah, so they need to make some strength saves, and it's a 50-foot wide wall. Okay.
So just roll for all 1,000 worms.
It's not quite 1,000. I probably should just space these out.
998.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
That's the wrong. It's the wrong.
Look at all those enemies. We're friends. It's hard to tell.
So,
Can you make them red so they're easy to distinguish from our friendlies? Or yellow, just some warm color. I'll even take pink.
I can do yellow, red. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Not
Okay.
1,000, it's only 120.
Yeah, it's fine. No big deal. So, and there should be 2 dead worms so far. But from guiding bolts.
Good progress.
So wind wall is 10 feet wide, 15 feet wide, oof, and 50 feet long. So that's gonna be a big.
Eric, but they're not so good for the AOE's.
That's not good. Poor worms. So it's gonna be 50 by 15. Bep to bep. Oof. So like this many worms.
I'd probably do it more in the middle because I'd be trying to get as many as possible.
All right, let me just remeasure that. 50 to 15. Again there.
Yeah.
All right. So that's going to be 30, 40, like 45. Cool. Lots of saves.
Like
a whole
45
bunch of saves. What do they need to beat?
1 second. A strength saving throw.
Of what's your spell save DC?
That's like the one at the bottom.
It should be at the bottom or
14.
in the spellcasting. 14. Okay, so they need to roll fucking high. So of the 45,
Lauren.
a lot of these fucking failed.
I'll eat not so much.
Oh goodness, this is very bad for the worms. Go ahead and roll damage for me while I count these up.
Okay.
Because this is gonna be a lot.
That was a 7 plus 6, 13, and so 18 total.
18 total damage.
On each creature that failed.
So of the 45, 12 succeeded. So
Good.
they will survive. Which means most of these fuckers are dead. So we're just gonna whamp, whamp,
Lauren,
whamp.
help.
Nice.
9. Cool.
I
And
feel
that's
like
the end of the
the-
technique.
I feel like the spearmen at the front are like, shit. Wait, this is.
Oh, thank God. Thank you. Cool.
So I killed like 30 something of them. 30?
Yeah. 12 survived out of 45, so like 30, 32. They're not very sturdy.
I know. That's why I was like, this should be pretty good.
Good call.
Cool. That will take us to the crossbowmen. So Sidon will raise his hand and yell, loose! And 50 crossbowmen all pull triggers, which means that 25 worms are going to die. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah, the worms are in worse shape than they were seconds ago.
Not even 6 seconds ago.
Yeah. The pikemen will, following John's lead, ready their pikes and prepare to attack. Gideon, I think, will rise up off the ground, and he is going to cast a spell called Sickening Radiance.
Ooh.
And you watch as this dim green light begins to shine in this wide sphere off to the right here around the larger mass. So that is 30 feet. So 2 more of those, or 1 more of those. Yeah. So somewhere in there. And that means that 1, 2,
Would
3,
we get
4,
more if you went a
5,
little more to the
6.
right there?
Potentially.
Get it, Gideon.
It's about that size. There.
Yes.
All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So 23 of these guys need to make a save. I bet you they're going to fail. And that needs to be a con save, I believe. Yes. So roll 23d 20s. And if somebody could just roll 4d10 for me,
I can do
I
it.
can do it. Oh.
that would be lovely.
Noel's not gonna be rolling a lot of dice anyway.
These things literally can't succeed. Okay, they're in trouble.
I rolled a 7, a 6, a 10, and a 1.
7, 6, 10, 1.
So 11 plus 13.
24.
Yep.
Cool. So that is a lot of dead
Bye.
worms. Boom.
Nice.
And that green light just sort of hovers there in this continuous burning, sickening radiance. But the worms completely stop moving. That will bring us down to Hidkey and Brinbor.
Man,
And
I haven't
Noel.
seen such a massive deworming since I had a dog.
Gideon probably had to fly closer over this way. So Brinbor and Hidkey. Hidkey will probably just push up behind the spear guys. Brimbor's just gonna look at you, Noel, just like, what do we do?
I just write poetry. I don't.
I
Shoot
write
it!
songs.
Stab it! Walk it viciously!
You guys have got this! He's gonna yell. He'll take the rally action. And yeah, Noel, do you want to do anything?
I will. Are these worms like moving towards us, or does it seem like they just like? Is this like an avalanche, or are they propelling themselves toward us?
They were moving towards you. Yeah, they were.
They are moving
They're
of their
crawling.
own force.
Yeah, they are. They were at once a great wave of flesh and teeth, and they are now just kind of a piddling, fucking few
Alright.
stray groups.
Just for funsies, I'll cast Hypnotic Pattern on a big chunk of them in the frontish area of me.
What's your
30-foot
range on
cube.
that guy?
It's 120-foot range.
All right, so you're probably within range.
I counted it out.
Cool. So 30-foot cube.
Just try and get as many as you can in a 30-foot box there.
All right, that's 20, 30. So like that.
Yeah, it's
Oh, great.
fine. That's fine.
All right.
They gotta make
So,
a something
2,
saving
3.
throw.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wisdom saving throw, I believe. So
Wisdom
I
saving
rolled
throw, trying to
20.
beat 16.
16. Okay. That's wisdom. Fuck. 2 saved.
Okay, so on a failed save, the creature becomes charmed. While charmed by the spell, the creature is incapacitated and has a speed of 0.
Oh boy. My wonderful worms. We'll say that they're. Oop, that's weird.
Make him like pink.
Yeah. There, you can see now. So 2 of them would have been.
What does it look like whenever things get charmed by you? Do they have like a thing that pops up, or
Like a fucking goofy little UI thingy that's like circling their head.
or it's just like heart?
Yeah,
Hard eyes.
Never thought about it. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Cool. Well, that's 90% of the worm army either destroyed or incapacitated. It's their turn now. I don't even know how many worms I have left. We have these guys who will close up on.
17. You have 17 worms left.
I have 17 worms. These guys will close. He'll close. One runs up to you, John. Fucking screaming, teeth bared. Go ahead and make
Held
your
action?
attack. Yeah. Go ahead and make your attack.
That's 22 to hit.
22 hits. Go ahead and give me some damage.
That is 12 damage.
12. Okay. So you cut into this creature. There is, the spray of blood as you connect. Interestingly, this creature does not seem terribly dismayed by your strike. Seems to have resisted some of the damage. So, as all these creatures close, they will attempt to attack their chosen targets. So there are 8 over here and 7 there, which means the wormies need 3 people to hit, so they're only really going to get a couple hits off on each group. So you'll watch as a couple of these worms are able to push past the spear wall and like latch onto the arms and legs of some of these soldiers, a couple of them. And the soldiers are like, oh, fuck, get them off. John, one of them is going to try to do that to you. That's a nat 1. You just fucking hit it with the butt of your staff and knock it on its back. It just wriggles helplessly. And the far one on its own is going to try to attack a soldier. That will actually probably connect. And you'll see in total, like 5 worms are able to latch onto soldiers and do some damage. At the same time, the soldiers will, as they ready their actions to do, unleash their attacks. And it's going to be 5 dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this one gets fucking skewered immediately. It's been around, and you guys have pretty much destroyed the entire thing without much issue. I'm going to say it's probably not too difficult for the rest of these to be cleaned up in short order. The camp very quickly scrambling to their feet, rushing forward, unleashing everything you guys have got in one immediate just blast. And repelling this attack.
Actually, just out of curiosity,
with 0 casualties.
I don't know if Burberry likes collecting samples and stuff. I don't think he'd be able to do that necessarily, but if they want to, those worms are incapacitated. Let me start over. Those worms are incapacitated for a solid minute here, so if you want to get a closer look, Burberry, you have a moment.
Oh yes,
that is
thank
true.
you. All right. Well, I'll walk up and get a good look at one of those ones in the front there.
Okay.
Before the rifle or the crossbow guys take them all out.
I would like to sprinkle salt on it.
Okay, you sprinkle salt on it, and it's just laying there like.
All right.
Nothing really happens. I will say, as you get close enough, you do realize these things do have like very stubby, tiny little legs.
Oh.
Oh, they're so cute. They're shorter than mine.
They're very grotesque. They got these big bulbous like fucking like pug eyes on the side of its head, just like kind of like staring out in different directions.
I only half take my comment back.
These real flabby jaws that are just like the entire mouth is just lined with teeth, and just these stubby little legs underneath this really like fat, grubby body.
Can I drop one? Would one drop be my whole thing of herbicide?
No, you could do a drop on it and see what happens. But this is basically what you're looking at.
1 drop of herbicide on the thingy.
Okay. You drop it, and it just kind of.
This was less
The worms
interesting
just
than I
kinda-
thought it would be.
Yeah.
I sacred flame it.
He just lights on fire, and it burns away. Yeah, you've got these worms at your mercy for about a minute. If there's anything you want to do.
I think I'd just tell the not rifleman. I keep saying rifleman. The crossbow dudes to just surround and take your shots.
Just put him down.
Yeah.
How many injuries did we have?
5 injuries, no fatalities.
Huh?
So you could easily help patch those guys up. If you want to expend magic to heal them, you can. But
If I remember correctly, there's no healing magic that you can cast as a ritual.
I don't think so.
Well, I'm sorry to say this, but a good night's sleep is probably your best bet.
Rub some dirt.
I mean,
on
the
that.
teeth didn't really get all the way through chainmail, so I
Oh,
I'm
can't let me
okay.
fix that. I'll mend his chainmail.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Yeah, those are horrible and gross, but they really didn't do a whole hell of a lot, so that's good to see.
Yeah, they look a little bit like the sludge in the back of your fridge ate your dog.
Ugh.
Noelle's gonna squint into the dark of the night. Do I see any more threats are coming?
It is quiet.
Those are horrendous. But also, I still hold they're vaguely cute. Vaguely.
Oh my.
They're pretty gross.
I mean, they're pugly.
That's fair.
I can get behind Pugly.
Mm-hmm.
I think Gideon will probably step over to one of the corpses and pull a knife and just kind of down the middle of one.
Oh, I would like to watch this in great interest.
Why does every Gatewatch member we find do this?
Because figuring out how it ticks.
The better to kill it.
Or that.
And he just splays the spatchcocked worm creature. Just starts poking around inside. There's like a thin layer of this kind of fleshy, fatty exterior before you get to this inside, which is almost entirely composed of that same black mycelium structure you found under the ground.
This is gonna sound a little bit weird. If I cast Identify on a dead creature, does it tell me more about the creature?
Identify tells you nothing about creatures.
Oh well, worth shot. Well, like, cause it's an item now.
I think-
kind of.
Mayhaps
It is non-magical. That is as much as Identify will tell you.
I would probably start going back to bed at this point unless there's more threats are coming. But it seems like
Wasn't
we've
even worth the ammo. I'm going back to
cleaned
bed.
this up pretty nicely.
Fair.
I mean, if you want, you could go get your bullet back.
Bertha don't like eating stuff that's already been spit out.
Wait, would that qualify as leftovers or upchuck?
Yes.
Leftover upchuck, got it.
Left chuck.
Should I? Am I to continue my shift, or has next shift started?
I will say that will be probably the end of your shift within about half an hour there.
All right, I'll pitch my tent.
If anyone else wants to start their next shift, they're welcome to.
I'll start next
All
one.
right. So what'd you get?
Is 10 plus 9.
10 plus 9. Okay. So 19. Your shift will pass without any further incident. The shore is quiet. All you can hear is the wind upland and the slow, rhythmic beating of the waves in the distance to the east. Third shift. Who's up?
I'll go for it. That is a... Oh, honestly, not too bad. That is a 16.
16. Over the course of your watch, what little moonlight had been shining is completely cut off by heavy clouds drifting in from the west. the wind picks up. The air grows cold. But beyond this, your watch will pass without incident.
Log on the fire, and I continue looking at the multi-tool, trying to figure this thing out.
What a fascinating device. So, your watch will eventually reach its conclusion. Who will take up the final watch?
John?
Yeah. Is it my turn for watch?
You have been chosen for tribute.
I'd say Noelle, but I want her to look even more beautiful tomorrow, as if it's possible.
Also, I can't see at night. It's really not helpful.
I love that everyone on campus is such a light sleeper that they can fucking wake up for this conversation and then go back to sleep.
It's called
I mean,
experience.
I'm always half awake. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Fair.
So you need a perception check?
Yeah.
That is plus 5. So 17.
17. Okay. The air continues to grow colder as the night wears on. The soldiers around you grow restless as the darkness begins to deepen before dawn. There's some nervous muttering. And anxiety. This low dread begins to overtake the camp. And as the first light of morning begins to brighten the sky, you can see all around you, through the darkness, there is now this light fog that has rolled in. The soldiers, seeing this alongside you, begin to fret actively. There is substantial consternation at the sight of this fog, given what your party has shared with them about the dangers this might hold for them.
Am I able to tell if it's like the fog or if it's just normal fog?
I'd say give me.
Am I awake at this point?
This is probably like an hour before the camp would wake in full.
Okay.
But John could definitely wake you if he wanted to. I would say give me an insight check. Because visually, it just looks like fog. We're gonna go with a vibe check here.
21.
21. Wow. You don't feel the dread in your stomach that usually accompanies waking up in the Shadowfell. And that's noteworthy.
That's similar to reassurance some of these.
Where are we on the map now?
So you would be probably like halfway to that river running through the word crag from the Bevan.
Okay. The unnamed river. We're halfway there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Sticking to the coast.
Yeah.
Because John will go around to the different guards on patrol
Mm-hmm.
and just like check in with them, reassure him that he's pretty sure this is just normal fog.
Okay. I'll say go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
I think I'm pretty bad at that normally. Let's see. Yeah, that's in that one.
Buddy.
I think I just did the opposite of what I
Nothing
meant
to
to do.
see here. Nothing to see here. Oh my god.
I think maybe it's just like I don't know. What is it that you think is not convincing to them? Why do you think that they don't buy this necessarily? Like they don't really even hear almost what you're saying.
I guess it maybe because I just like there's no way for them to know that it's real fog versus fake
Yeah.
fog.
It's just like how do you know, dude? How do you fucking know? It's like I don't know. I just know. That's not knowing. That's not helpful at all.
So they just assume that I'm lying to make them feel better.
Maybe. At any rate, these guys are definitely not like loving the situation. So as the camp begins to rise and get itself together for the morning, you all will wake up and see this fog around you.
I would immediately try and do a vibe check, I guess.
Sure, yeah.
I think I would look around to see if it looked like anyone had any nightmares, like the kind of looks that I was used to seeing in the 4 or 5 days I was there, when me and John would wake up and just be fucking wrecked.
Yeah.
So I would look around at the soldiers, and I would look around at the area to see if we're in the Shadowfell yet, or if this is like the edge of it.
I'll say give me a perception check then, just inspecting the soldiers.
Boy, rolling real good today. That's like a 12.
12. No one seems especially upset or disturbed this morning. Not that you can see. But everyone does seem to be a pretty expected amount of upset in light of the fog rolling in and what you've said so far.
I would probably, if I don't see any 1,000-yard stairs, I would probably go to Commodore's side and just say like, something seems off about this. It doesn't give me the same. It's hard to describe, but there's a horrible feeling that enters you when you truly enter the Shadowfell. I don't feel that yet.
I don't think we've quite actually entered, but maybe if we get going that way, or if the fog took us over, maybe.
If this creature has control over the weather outside its domain, this would be a handy way to obscure the boundary, Gideon will say. He'll have been conferring with Sidon. And Sidon will nod, but I should probably see what I can do to quell the men before we proceed any further. But Gideon makes a fair point. We don't know that we're going to be able to tell the difference between not bad and bad fog.
Yeah, I think we'll notice it, but it'll be too late by the time we do.
Yeah. We stick to the coast, and
we'll probably not be sharing that with the men.
Good call.
Sidon will make the rounds, check on each unit as they pack their things and return to formation, and eventually you guys will be back and ready to march. So starting out today, do we want to keep a fast pace or do we want to slow down? What's our plan?
Down today. But
I think maybe just normal, or do you want to be really cautious?
we could. Well, yeah, no, normal's fine. I just didn't want any disadvantage or anything. And today seems like a good day to not have disadvantage. How far could we get on a normal day of travel? Just assuming uninterrupted. What's our goal here?
So with a normal day, you guys presumably want to get to Muiti as soon as possible.
Yeah.
That is probably doable with a normal day of travel. Judging by the terrain that you saw yesterday, from what you can see on the map, you know that this side of the island is definitely rockier, steeper, harder to traverse once you begin actually moving up, at a significant grade. You will probably be hiking all day.
Okay.
But Sidon is reasonably confident that you could reach Muiti before nightfall.
Okay. Would we,
barring any exceptional circumstances.
would we have like a bird's eye view of Muiti? Would it be lower in the mountains based on this map? Like if we were coming up from the east?
So you'd be coming up from sort of like the southeast of it, or southeast of it. So you would be kind of climbing over a ridge, if you were to like go due east, like break off of the river and kind of like head up the slope. You'd be like coming over a ridge.
Are we coming in
towards
from
Muiti.
where the Teeth River meets the east coast? Like we'd
Right.
reach that river and
If
then
you
we'd
wanted
head
to-
east, right? I thought that was the plan.
If you reach the river and just head east, you'd be going over a ridge after kind of leaving the side of the river.
Mm-hmm.
So like
Okay, I see what you're saying.
halfway with the river, halfway just kind of hiking upwards,
Yeah.
up to the top of the ridge, and then cresting it, and Muiti should be fairly close to that.
Got you. Okay. Well, I think that's normal pace, and we're just gonna try and be as careful as we can.
Okay. Sure. So, first few hours, head of the procession, Lauren, John, if I can get some perception checks.
No disadvantage.
Nope, y'all are moving at a normal pace today.
All right, give me a go.
Granted, the range of your view is somewhat limited by this fog, but your other senses are still at your disposal.
Perception
I got a
check.
Yep.
I got a 13 plus 9.
Okay. 22.
I got a 22.
Two 22s.
Look at us, John. We're on high alert today.
Okay. Yeah, for the first 2 hours, you guys continue along the coast, and despite the fog rolling in, the going is pretty good. You guys are able to make pretty solid time. And within a few hours, up ahead, aside from the sound of the waves crashing on the beach off to your left, you can hear the sound of running water beginning to grow up ahead. And sure enough, you find yourself at the banks of the Teeth River. At this point, you know it's time to turn westward and begin climbing.
And I just make sure everybody fills their water before we go.
Actually, we should probably do a water check while we're here.
Yeah. Before we get away from the river and our source water. Let's all get water before we go.
Clean and fresh. Still
Yep.
good.
Oh, that's a good sign. All
So,
right.
at your direction, the expedition will refill its canteens, return to formation, begin its march westward up the slopes. As you go, it is rough, precarious terrain. There's no paths here. There's no trails. You're sort of having to just shoulder through underbrush, stepping hard up over these rocky escarpments. And as you go, in the back of your mind, you know eventually you will be crossing that threshold. It's just a question of when. So, I can get another perception check from our two leads.
Ooh, this is Lauren's worst roll. A 4 plus 9.
Oof, 13.
Come on, John.
What you got, John?
Sorry. Another perception check.
Mhm.
15.
15.
Yep.
Okay. A few hours later, you guys are continuing to lead this procession over rough, upturned rock around these twisted, ragged trees. Legs are sore, breathing hard. John probably notices first this sensation in the pit of his stomach. A tenseness.
Yeah.
And recognizing it, you feel sort of the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. You feel the blood kind of run cold. Very kind of quickly looking around, realizing how much darker it's gotten, and realizing you don't remember how long it's been like this.
I signal the people behind me.
Now, Lauren very quickly follows suit. Feel the same sensation, the same coldness, the same fear. Unsure how long it's been there. He's just like, whoa, what's wrong?
Don't freak out. We're in the shadow.
We're in the what?
The shadow fell.
The shadow fell. So John will call a stop to the army for a moment. I guess Gideon and Sidon will approach you. What is it? What's wrong?
We're in the Shadowfell. I'm not sure exactly when we entered, but we're in it.
Oh yeah.
Gideon just kind of looks around blithely, like, what? You're
You
certain?
feel that? You feel that in the pit of your stomach, that terror?
I think that's just my gut wanting another bowl.
I'll take your word for it. I am not familiar with this place.
You can ask anybody that's been here before. As soon as you feel this, you know you're in it.
Sidon will turn to one of the soldiers. If you could grab the others from the back of the procession. And Noel, Burberry, and Brynbor will all be gathered by one of the lead soldiers.
Do you
They'll
feel
bring you up
this
to the group.
unpleasantness?
I'll say give me a perception check, just to see how quickly you maybe noticed.
22.
22. Noel, maybe you weren't so sure, but now that the party has stopped, you're definitely realizing, oh yeah, now that's real.
Oh, yep.
And that's been there for a while.
Smells like
Maybe.
Shadowfell.
Maybe an hour. Yeah.
Smells like fog.
Smells
Fog.
like wet mildew.
Ew.
Yeah,
Looks like we're here.
I think we're here.
Does this change anything in our plans?
No, but it's worth
No,
knowing.
yeah.
All right. Well,
Should we tell the soldiers so that they're aware? Because I think if it comes upon them suddenly, it's better for them to know.
Also, anytime we fall asleep now is going to be baby teeth's time to torture.
well, then we'd better make it to Muiti before we need to sleep, shouldn't we? Soldiers! Sidon will turn to address the army. It would appear that we have crossed into enemy territory. I trust you all remember what you've been told of this place, the preparations that we have taken, knowing this was soon to come. Stand together, stand firm, and for God's sakes, whatever you do, do not scatter. We stand together, or we die. Don't let us down yet. There is a general murmur of apprehension that sort of ripples through the army here, but seeing as how they have no further choice, they ready themselves to press onward. So, any further preparations before?
Noel, make a speech about how you guys got out. Comfort them. I'll help.
Sidon's
I don't-
not great at this.
Yeah,
Also, I'm pretty sure
that made me nervous.
I'm pretty sure we can't replicate how we got out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't need to know that. They don't need to know that. They just need to feel calm. Because
I don't want to lie to them.
okay,
You're very
okay.
good at that, though.
Hear me out. Would it be better for them to be calmer with your speech, so that if they are kind of freaking out now, that the creature won't be able to use that against them to get them to disperse into the woods? Like, it doesn't have to be like we've
I'm
killed the
trying to
beast
figure
by
out what I would
ourselves.
tell them.
I know. I don't know.
And you can
I would
tell
just-
the truth. All we need to do is kill the thing, and the Shadowfell will disappear.
Yeah, it's like we've killed it once, and look at us now. We have a whole army. Like, we got this covered. Like, stick with us. Don't go in the woods. You don't have to. I was just.
I wish I could think of something that Sidon didn't say, but he kind of covered it all and just in not a great way.
Yeah,
It's
his persuasion was an 11.
We need to
Yeah.
we need to keep them on a high alert, but not terrified.
Yeah, because like right now, I feel like their general mood is, oh fuck, we're in it. Oh god, we're gonna die.
Is that their general mood, DM? Can I insight check the
Give me
army?
an insight check, yeah.
Can I insight check as well?
Sure.
12.
12.
So that's a 14 plus something.
Probably a lot.
At least 3.
Oh,
Yeah,
plus
15.
6. A natural 20.
Okay. I mean, Noelle, they definitely seem nervous. Aloran, picking up a little bit more detail, a little more nuance, we'll say, in the vibe here. There is definitely an anxiety here. This fear in the air, but there was also a sort of grim determination as well underlying it. No one broke rank. Everyone seems to be sort of steeling themselves as best they can. They, as Sidon has said, are not battle hardened by any means, but this is the first attempt anyone knows that's ever really been made to try and save this village that nobody knew existed. And after what you accomplished, this is maybe the only chance they'll get. They're scared, but they also don't want to blow this. And you can see that in their faces.
Man, Lauren's about to try to give a speech. She has decent persuasion, but
You go for it. I can't really think of anything to say to him, so if you want to go for it.
okay, I'll give it a whirl. I guess I'll just kind of like step forward, maybe try to get John to put me on his shoulders or something so people can see me. And
I feel like
I'll just-
Lauren just gets smaller in every session, just like an inch drops off her character sheet every time we play. She's like 2 feet tall now.
So I'm just pretty much gonna go with, like, I know this is terrifying, like it is scary, but like we are here together. We have the preparations. We are prepared for this. We are almost to this city. We are going to save a village that we thought was lost. Like, we can do this. We've killed it before. We can kill it again. We escaped the Shadowfell once before. We will do it again. There was 6 of us. Now there's like 80. We have the odds to beat this thing. And I have faith that we can do it. Boom. How's that?
Persuasion check.
Okay. I got a nat 20.
Hey, nicely done.
Hey, very nice.
Yay!
I was gonna say, on a nat 1, you start. They've already started walking.
Yeah, right,
They're
they're
But with the nat 20, as you start building steam and get into this, you can hear a spear strike the ground, and then another, and then another, and then before long, by the end of the speech, the entire army is boom, 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 hooah. They're fucking hype. They're ready.
Go!
Let's fucking go. So, with the army heartened by your rousing speech, turning back towards the rocky slopes ahead, you continue your march. Go ahead and give me another perception check.
Ten plus 9. I'm rolling
19.
a lot of 10s today, man.
We take those. Those
Bro.
are good rolls.
Those are fine. With a plus 9, they're great, man.
There's a reason you're at the front.
Yeah, that's kind of why I went at the front. I was like, she's just gonna see everything. Just put her up front.
So with a 19, it's interesting. After that speech, as you continue marching, like, it's definitely not pleasant terrain. This is a chore to hike through. You've got no path. You're winding through trees. Like, the formation's having to break and fucking twist and turn or through these things, like doing their best to try and stay relatively composed, but it's such a headache moving through here. In spite of that, though, you would swear that the fog itself had almost sort of backed off of you guys over the course of the next hour and a half. Like,
Baby teeth.
Nice.
the army's moving, and after another hour, you guys kind of hit a point where you are now clambering. Like you're not just vertical climb. Like it's like just rocky slope. You're having to go hand over hand to try to kind of pull yourself up. Now you can't really even like walk it anymore. And there's not really like a good solid path to follow. But Gideon, being able to fly, can kind of circle overhead a little bit just above the trees, kind of get a glimpse of what the terrain looks like, kind of assist in leading. And you guys continue upwards, continue climbing higher and higher as the day passes. Until eventually, Lauren, John, you were the first to crest this ridge. The ground begins to flatten out ahead of you. The rocks fall away, and you find yourselves standing on solid, kind of loamy ground. There's a handful of trees sort of spanning the breadth of this ridge. And beyond them, about 30 feet ahead, the ground drops off. And it is just gray. Stepping forward, you can see that you are now looking down the eastern slope of the Grand Crag Mountains.
So we just took
Western
ourselves.
slope, excuse me.
So
Western
are we
slopes.
just at like a dead end cliff edge? Is that what you're saying?
So you've hit the top of a hill, a ridge,
Oh,
a mountain.
okay.
You are now looking down the western side.
What is our estimated time for the getting to the village? It's a day or two.
I think by the end of the day, potentially.
Should be.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast sending to inform our contacts of that.
Okay.
Just as a heads up.
Sure. So, do you want to add anything else to that, or just let them know that you're nearly there?
Let them know that we're nearly there, so that they kind of, if they are actually going to be bringing anything with them, they have time to pack it, or to give them a deadline for people who don't believe us, so that way they could if we show up 2 days from now, we're probably dead, but don't worry about that.
That's not us anymore.
Not that I'll say that, because
Sure.
but that's
Just
going to be
let them
our ETA.
Okay. And yeah, the woman that you've been contacting, Valra, will reply. Oh, good. I've tried to spread word. Some folk
just think I'm crazy talking to the voices in my
more than you'd think. I am eager to see you, though. I hope you'll get here soon. Before dark. So, from here, as the army gathers on this ridge, you've got a few more hours in your day. It is dark and gray out ahead of you. You cannot see much more than a few hundred feet out over the forests that are beginning to descend along this slope.
Can I spam Sacred Flame in a straight line ahead of us so we can get like a small glimpse of something if there is anything in the fog?
Ooh, what about the that glow Noel has?
I can do that, but it only lasts for an hour. So I was saving it for when we started to get close to night.
Never.
Which is why spamming cantrips is great, because you could do it forever.
So I will cut to the challenge here. In the interest of making sure that you are on your proper heading for Muiti, if I can get a survival check from our two leads.
Thank God we got the high survival.
I have a compass. Could I help with? Or is there anything I can do with that?
You could give advantage, sure, yeah.
Sure,
Okay.
I will.
Do we both get advantage?
Yeah.
I would
Okay,
help
okay.
Aloran probably with just the map and the compass, and we'll reverse engineer things.
Ooh, okay. Thank God for advantage. Oh yeah, okay. So 22. My first roll was a 4.
Ooh. Yeah, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Good
That-
call, the
that-
compass, Noel.
I've
Oh,
still
thank God.
got
Thank
it.
you, Noah. I probably would have used my inspiration, honestly. Because that was
Made it all this way just to get lost.
So, not 100% sure where on the ridge you are necessarily. Not really able to see landmarks very clearly. Not really able to see the village yet. You are able to figure that if you do hit water, you're definitely too far south. And if you don't hit anything within a couple of hours, you're probably too far north. So you got a decent idea how to course correct. Figure you're going to strike a level balance. Just try and head as due east as you possibly can and hope that's good enough. You begin marching. As you do, and the hours pass, you watch as the sky overhead, these thick, heavy clouds, familiar to Noel and John and Burberry, roiling through the sky overhead, slowly darkening as the last of the daylight begins to fade. You can see here and there, occasionally, these distant winged shapes flitting between them, in and out of the clouds. Occasionally, you hear this distant, echoing, screeching cry ringing through the mountains. Call a pause. You watch, you wait. The skies look clear. You proceed.
I'm not sure if I hate this fog or if I'm very glad it's here. Also getting serious Shadow and Bone vibes.
ooh.
I was waiting for Johnny to react to that one. I was like,
Yep.
Johnny knows that book.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, continuing forward over the hours, the light fading more and more with each passing hour. Eventually, Lauren, you do catch sight in the distant fog of a very, very faint light.
Right? Oh thank God. Lauren's like, oh, thank God. I didn't get us lost in the shadow fog. Okay. Good job, Noel. We did it.
Yes, now only comes the hard part.
Right. We did the first half.
I'll let Gideon and the other guy know that I see the light.
Before we do that, can I just perception to make sure this is not just evil eyeball light trying to lure us?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. 17.
17. There is a comforting flicker to this light that strikes you as much more akin to firelight.
Okay. Then yeah, we'll let him know.
Gideon will nod. And I'll have to take your word for it for now. But that is good to hear. Sidon will pull out his fucking spyglass and
I don't know why, but I have this vision of Gideon just standing there as he pulls out this just massively long one and is like, I can see far. And
Gideon pulls out his massive spyglass. Still
I can't even
blind.
use it. You know that scene from Pirates of the Caribbean with
Oh,
Jack
right, where
Sparrow
he's
and
got the
yeah,
longer spikes.
He's got two like
Yeah.
taped together.
yeah. That's just what I'm envisioning right now.
I feel like that's every Spyglass scene always goes back to that one movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it
But
seem
yeah,
far
Sign will.
off or?
So you are just like barely catching like the faintest bit of like contrast in the fog
Have you
from
considered the
this
opposite?
flickering light. Like you can't see the flame itself. It's just like this faint, distant brightness that is just kind of like dipping in and out of visibility. Like it's just barely there, like a distant star through a cloud.
Have you considered the opposite, where one person pulls out the spyglass, the other person pulls out a monocle?
Gideon just pulls out like a hearing horn. Sounds like fire.
Has Gideon?
We're in good shape.
I'm curious. Has Gideon had any troubles navigating? Like, does he seem like he's blind? Have you had to
Give me
like
an insight check.
snap my fingers at him at any point in the day? I rolled a 13.
13. He walks perfectly normally.
He also
He
gave
doesn't.
two
He doesn't.
sides previous session.
That's true. He doesn't really. He doesn't act blind. We'll say that for the most part. Like he was not struggling at all, really keeping pace with the terrain, as rocky and irregular as it was earlier. Like no issues there. Like he was able to fly normally,
Right.
even through like the tops of trees around him.
I just didn't know if it was like a Daredevil situation or what was going on here.
Yeah, like how blind are you, Gideon?
Yeah.
What's the vibe?
If I like hold a piece of paper up,
On
can
a
you read
scale
it?
of 1 to 10, how blind are you?
Please don't yell.
I'm almost deaf now, but thank you.
Okay. I guess I don't think this changed anything. We're just gonna keep going until something stops us.
Head to
Sure.
the light.
And at last I see the light.
And I'm very scared.
So,
And it's like, the fog can hear me.
It's a dark version of that song.
Very dark.
So with this, I think it's not too terribly difficult for you guys over the course of this next hour to close this distance. And the first thing you really notice is the trees falling away from you and this field in the mountains sort of opening up around you. And you can see in the distance what looks like a structure wreathed in this fog. And as you kind of walk through this tall, dry grass around you, you can see that it is, in fact, the thatched roof of a small cottage. There is a light in the window, the light that you saw, the light you were following, and not too far away through the fog, there's another one in the distance up ahead.
Okay, only
And
question. Sorry, go ahead.
Just here and there, a handful of these cottages in this field.
Do we want to send any... I know we don't want to separate too far, but given that we're all within the viewing range of this place now, and we're all in the Shadowfell for sure, do we want to send anyone just to scout real quick?
I mean, if you'd like, I can cast message. If they're within 120 feet.
You also have to know they're there.
Well, if the older person is there, I can.
If she's there.
If she is in that exact cabin.
There's no harm. It's a cantrip.
I know. I'm just saying. But message does have limits. It's not just a,
No,
hey, you.
That's why I said if it's within 120 feet.
I would be willing to go scout it out, just to make sure this isn't some kind of trap or I don't know.
If anybody would know the limitations of message is Burberry, fucking fancy.
But I would want someone who is equally sneaky or to join me potentially. So I would pitch that to the group, including Gideon and Sidon.
I have a +4 to stealth. Whatever
I
that
could go with you.
adds up to.
Gideon will
whatever.
agree to go with you if you want to take a look.
Take Batman.
You don't want Lauren. She doesn't have pass without a trace right now.
Oh, I'm pretty stealthy. I say before I roll a fucking 2. Oh, hey, I rolled good. 25.
25.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay.
Gideon also rolled pretty fucking good.
Is it higher than me?
Higher
It's
than
not a
25.
contest.
You're like, check this shit. You fucking through the grass. Like the grass barely moves as you fucking sneak up to this house. Fucking up against the wall.
Kronk in the Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah. What'd you think, Gideon? Gideon?
Complete with your self music.
And then from overhead, that was good. And you look up, and like Batman, he's just fucking sitting there with his fucking wings over his shoulders, sitting on the roof.
Don't have to show off.
This is one of my areas of expertise. So,
Okay, so the idea here is, this is gonna sound creepy. I want to peek in the window, and I just want to get a lay of the land, generally, from what I can see.
The monster's like, ooh, I like this.
The monster's changing.
you just see the partition and like this big black bodysuit flop over the fucking top of it. And these like long skeletal fingers fucking curl around the side. Well, hello.
I just see the silhouette through like a backlit sheet.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, please
Fancy
tell
meeting
me
you here.
it's randomly just full Jessica Rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Noel.
I've been waiting.
Get down here, Gideon.
He'll just drop soundlessly to the ground next to you.
I just want to make sure, just get a lay of the land. That's all. I didn't want to make this a big thing.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, give me a perception check.
Okay. I hope he rolled better than me. That was a 2.
Ooh, it'd be really hard not to.
does
Gideon does not even look in the window. He just sort of leans over to you. There are 2 people inside, elderly. One is sleeping and one is in the living room knitting.
Does that
Old lady.
one look like they are named Valra? You seem to have rolled much higher than me.
I'm
I
sorry.
do not see any
Gideon-
names
Gideon
floating
just
over
leaves
Do
there.
they? Are they wearing name tags?
Gideon just leans into you and goes, I'm a higher level.
That's why we invited you.
I'm sorry, but does she look like she's named Val? That's great.
Well, I don't know what she looks like per se, but she does not seem to be in the best of spirits, understandably.
Okay. Is there anything beyond the cabin that we can see if we peek around the corner?
So looking like in the front yard.
Yeah, just like see what this area, because you said there are a bunch of lights we can see in the distance. So is this like
Yeah, there are
town
some other-
square or what?
So you're like on the edge of this field that just opened up, and there's like a handful of these cottages visible out here. In the distance, nearer at hand, in the immediate front yard, there's a front door, right?
Mhm.
There's sort of a cleared area where there is no tall grass there. And in that sort of clearing, that front yard area, there's a couple crates, there's like a wagon, and there is a path that leads out to this like very mangy dirt road. And you can see that this house and the handful of others that are sort of visible out in this field sort of line this road at various distances.
Mm-hmm.
And looking at the road, it seems to continue winding its way through this field to a distant cluster of lights, which you would hazard a guess is probably the village proper.
Okay. Looks like it's a ways before we actually get to the village still. We should probably just go back and... I don't see any blatant signs of the creature around?
No. I will say, looking around, it is dark right now. Growing darker. The sky is completely obscured by cloud cover. And I will say that there does seem to be an almost... there's like a perceptible difference in the thickness of the fog hanging in the air out in this field versus back in the forest. The forest, it seems to be thicker. Almost as though there's sort of this like fog wall sort of enclosing this area.
I would actually ask Gideon before we retreat back to the group. Do you think we should be cautious about revealing ourselves, or should we make our presence obvious?
With regards to the villagers or to the creature?
To the villagers.
Poor baby.
The people inside feel sickly, weak. I do not believe even if startled that they would necessarily pose a threat to us. And I'm not sure that I see much value in trying to remain a secret here when we are here, one, to help, and two, to wreak our violence upon their captor.
I agree with that. I'm just worried that the moment we reveal ourselves to the villagers, we reveal ourselves to the creature as well.
I imagine it likely knows we're here. If this thing's influence is as pervasive as we hypothesized, I would bet it knows that we're here.
Okay. I would say, yeah, let's get back to the group then and let's just start marching through.
I think that's the right call. The sooner we get to the village, the sooner I can begin sanctifying some stronghold and get this people a safe place to wait this out.
Okay. So, return to the group.
Oh, he knows sanctuary?
And I'll just say we scouted it, and to Sidon, I guess I'll just say scouted things out. We really didn't see much, but things seem calm.
All right. Well, then, if we're ready,
I also would tell Burberry, just try messaging Valra in that cabin.
I'll do it.
Just to see.
Okay. Let me double check and make sure this is going to do what you want it to do.
If it is Valra, it should work.
You point your finger toward a creature within range and whisper a message. The target hears the message and can reply in a whisper that only you can hear.
I know that they're there.
Cast a spell through tall objects. You're familiar with the target and know it is beyond the barrier. Spell doesn't have to follow a straight line and can travel freely around corners through openings. Okay. It's weird because
It's an old lady, but it's not the old lady that I'm familiar with.
it is an old lady, and she is where you were told she was, but it is not Valra. And when she hears your voice, there is a clatter as something inside that cabin breaks, and you hear this old woman, "Ah, who's there?"
I'm sorry, I'm not in your house. We're actually a rescue.
The raffle isn't for another few hours. Please.
Oh, no,
It's
we're,
not time yet.
we're, here
Please.
to, we're here to help.
We've done everything you asked.
Wait, what did they say?
I'm
Is it for?
I'm not a shadow fear creature thingamadiggy. That guy's an asshole.
Just a trick.
If it was, it'd be a very poor one that takes... How many people do we have?
I think we should maybe just go. This maybe seems like maybe it did not go as well
Yeah,
as
we
I
should just
hoped.
go.
Go knock on her door.
Just count at least 5.
I think the idea is we're just gonna fucking march through the town. Let's just go.
Wait,
Knock on the door and say, "Hello, have you heard the good word of not that asshole?"
real quick, what did she say wasn't for another couple of hours?
The sacrifice thing, ritual
The
for
raffle.
creature.
Oh, the raffle.
Oh, got it.
Oh,
Okay.
is this like the lottery? Like not
Ooh,
the
a
good
raffle.
lottery, but the bad lottery that we're forced to read as required reading.
Yes.
Are y'all knocking on this door? Or
No, we're
Yes,
we're just walking. By. I just want to walk by.
I'm knocking on the door.
Okay.
Burberry and Lauren are knocking on this door. They both want to. So, there is a movement at the window next to it as the curtain is brushed aside, and you see this super pale, like withered old face, deep dark circles under the eyes, and the eyes themselves are dark.
Hello? Creepy. I'm the creepy voice in your head. Well, not creepy. I don't think I'm creepy, but hi.
We didn't mean to scare you. We were trying to talk to, and I'll say,
Valra.
to Valera.
Valor lives in town.
Yes.
Please.
But we're trying to take everyone from town to out of town. Would you like to be a part of that group?
There's a whole, like, army of us.
No,
Busting you
Please.
out.
we've done everything you've asked.
I'm not
Close
the
the
creepy
curtain.
shadow monster. This isn't hope to try and get more fear out of you, I promise.
That's just
There's
what the
no
shadow
further
monster would
response.
say.
Yeah, I honestly think we should just kind of go. Because
I'll-
I think if we can get other people, then they'll come.
That's what I'm thinking. We make a big display of it.
Yeah,
People will
I'll,
be
I'll
curious.
whisper.
I'll whisper, we'll be coming back by with the rest of the village if you'd like to join us on our way out.
There is no further response.
That's
But-
okay. Just my heads
You
up.
rejoin the procession as it begins to march down this dirt road towards town. And as you do, you will see a couple more curious faces sort of peeking out, these very pale, withered faces peeking out of their windows at you before very quickly closing them again. And before long, you've made yourself out of this field and into the streets of the city proper. The village, really. It's very small settlement. Well smaller than Helmfirth. Comparable to some of the villages you may have passed through on the way from Helmfirth to Freeport. It's barely a footnote in these hills. Dirt roads, thatch roofs, very, very terrible disrepair. There are more boarded up windows than there are like exposed glass windows. No animals to speak of out in the streets. Maybe 2 people that, as soon as they catch sight of your procession, very quickly bolt inside the building that they were standing outside of and close the door behind them. You find yourselves standing in the city square, this wide, muddy opening between the buildings. There's not much here beyond the large wooden platform that is built around the mouth of a weathered old well. Suspended from this platform by a pair of posts, there
Alarm
is
the-
a chain winch and a gibbet that matches the one that you saw in your visions.
I
Can a
am
Lauren-
concerned that some of these people are a little too far gone.
Potentially. I want to look down that well and see if I can see anything.
Go give me a perception check.
Would you like a sacred flame to help your light?
That'd be wonderful.
Maybe I'll burn something on the way.
Like, drop sacred flame down.
15 plus 9.
23. It's deep. You don't see anything but a column of stone stretching onward beyond the radius of light generated by that small spark.
Well,
Is Gideon doing anything as we've arrived in the town center?
Gideon is sort of inspecting each building in turn, kind of turning his head from one to the next to the next. And eventually he sort of settles on the large stone, sort of a barn sort of structure. Sort of like a large meeting hall, it looks like. These heavy wooden double doors on the far side of the square from you. And he will probably make note of that and say that will likely be our best place to set up this sanctuary.
How long does it last? I'm afraid I haven't quite gotten there yet.
Until dispelled.
Oh, that is excellent.
It will take me the better part of the day, however. So if you'll pardon me, I should get started.
Can I send like a squadron of each to go watch over him while he works? Because I don't want him to get interrupted midway.
Since he is working on a safe haven. And it doesn't have to be a full squadron, just a group of peoples to watch.
I think one of the crossbow squads will probably be willing to go with him. They'll begin to follow. He will probably turn back to them as he reaches the door of this hall and say, "No one comes in. Understood?" And they'll just, okay, stand there and just sort of fan out around that door, crossbows in hand, as he closes it behind him. And not long after, you see this pulsing, multicolored light beginning to shine out into the street from under that door.
That is very pretty.
Rave party!
I would like to knock on doors to try and find Valor.
I will join Berber in that expedition.
Okay.
I'll just start knocking on doors.
All right.
Talking to people.
I'll have everyone roll a persuasion check then.
Oh, I don't like. I just want the one person to answer the door. If they don't answer the door after I go, it's
moving on.
the voice. I'll just move on. I want to
Okay.
find them specifically.
Sure.
28.
Whew.
I got a 16 plus 5, 21.
21. Okay. I think you guys knocking on doors, maybe don't find Valra immediately, but the people that do sort of peek out at you, there's like a glimmer of recognition when you begin to speak and describe what you're doing there, and they linger, whereas the folk on the outskirts immediately kind of pulled away. And a couple of people will kind of crack their doors open. Is it really you? She said you were coming.
We're trying to help.
Trying to get you out of here.
They'll kind of open the door a little bit more and look out and see this army standing in their streets. My God. He really did come. It's this older man. He's got like a real just scraggly mustache. Just as pale, sunken, dark eyes as the others. Are you sure you want to be standing out here? Would you rather not come inside?
I don't think we'd all fit in here.
Yeah, there's too many.
That is fair. That is fair. Burberry. A couple of doors.
It's probably good that I kept going because I rolled out of question and I got an 11. So like.
Yeah. You're not getting much of a response on your side of the street until like your fourth door. And at that point, the door opens immediately, and you see standing before you this pale, dark, sunken eyes, sort of salt and pepper hair pulled back, slight elven point to the ears, and like very like wrinkled, withered face. This old woman. As soon as she catches sight of you, her eyes sort of light up. It's you. It's you.
You.
Oh my goodness. You made it. You really came. Oh dears, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You came all this way to this place.
Um, I wish I was better with words. I am afraid I am not. But we do very much want to help. And you guys really need it.
We really do.
Um, that that being said, so far the other people think I'm either a hallucination or that I'm crazy. So having
I've
these
tried to
guys-
spread word that you were
Yes.
coming.
that was very brave of you. Thank you.
Some folk were willing to listen, others not so much. She'll kind of glance across the street. She'll see like Noelle and Aloran kind of at their own doors, each kind of talking with people. And your residents will kind of meet Valor's eyes across the street, and Valor will be like, "Yes, it's them," excitedly, and she'll kind of step out into the street. I can help you gather as many folk as will listen.
All right, I'm gonna be fucking glued to her side.
Sure. Come along, dearie. And she'll begin making her way door to door with you.
And I'm guessing for Gideon's thing, it's 8 hours.
A little bit longer than that. Yeah, it takes some work.
Okay, no, I'm double checking because it's like I don't want to. It's a very useful spell that we will very much enjoy whenever it's up, but it has to get up
Well,
first.
what is it? What have you told us?
It's sanctuary, so it's like
No,
things.
this is Hallow.
Oh, ooh, that's even better.
I know.
Hallow.
Basically, it's a space that nothing that he doesn't want to go into it can get into it.
That's
And
cool.
it's there indefinitely.
Until he gets rid of it. Yeah.
Yep.
Or someone more powerful.
Or something. But yeah, so since that's gonna take a while, that means that we'll have time to like try and get.
Yeah, I think my message to people is like, we're not going to leave yet. Make sure you're ready. We're currently working on like a safe haven here for y'all. So if things don't go according to plan, and like.
Okay. So
And-
are you wanting to just go door to door and let people know, or do you want to like try and get like a town meeting set up here? Like what's the play?
I don't think we want to get a town meeting set up yet because I don't want to put all these people in one place until the space is ready.
Sure.
One of the only reasons I'm even okay with Valorant like traveling with me is because again, having a real person helps to dissuade people from thinking I'm not real.
Fair point. Yeah, the vibe around here is definitely like really wary of you guys.
Yeah.
There are some people who are more, eager and relieved to see you, but many of them are very apprehensive when you meet them. There's less of that, outright denial than that you saw in sort of the old woman out on the edge of town, that just totally disbelieved you were even a thing. But there's definitely some serious like reservations about engaging with whatever's happening right now, because you get the impression these people have been just beaten down to the last little bit of humanity they've got left. Like there is very little drive to resist anymore in this place.
Does anyone mention this raffle, like when it's supposed to happen? If prompted.
Or can I ask somebody about it since we heard about it
Yeah.
from the old lady?
I'd want to learn a little bit more about this.
He said it wasn't for a few hours, and
Yeah.
Valorant said that she hoped we got here before nightfall. So if I had to guess, it happens at nightfall.
Right. I'm a little worried about that because
Samesies.
if Gideon's thing takes 24 hours, I feel like this is going to come to a head before he even finishes.
It's the best protective spell he's got. This is what he's got.
I'm not criticizing him. I'm just saying I feel like our timeline here is a little wonky at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like right now the best course of action is to go to door, make sure everyone's kind of prepared, get as much information about this like raffle as possible, and then be prepared for when it comes, because it's going to come.
Yeah.
Well, asking someone about the raffle.
I would like to do it as gently as possible.
Same.
Be like, I know it's like a terrible thing, but like I know I've been told it's gonna happen in a few hours, and we need to know what's coming.
We have to know what's going on.
It is how things are done here in Witty. We are left to be, more or less, so long as we stay within the bounds of the village. As long as the creature is given something to sate its appetite. And the only fair way is chance. So, we hold the raffle every night.
Every night?
Every night. Some nights he's merciful and full, and does not feed much. Others, he is less kind, excuse me.
It's okay, you've been through a lot.
We've all been through a lot.
What happens if he doesn't get what he wants?
He takes it.
Does it always come from that well area when he comes to take it?
No. He sends things from the woods. They take their pick. And they drag you down the well. You don't get to come back that way.
So I'm gonna walk away from this old man, and Lauren has a crazy, terrible, I hate it, but
Oh.
I think I already know what this is.
I feel like somehow we put the party down the well.
I feel like where that was going.
Yep, I know, but I'm just like, if we're trying to avoid casualties as much as possible, and like the people, if we go willingly down, it should be so enraptured with us, it's hopefully gonna leave everyone topside alone.
Just to go over the practicality of this, how big is this cage? Would it be able to fit a 7-foot tall man, an 8-foot tall man, and 3 rather petite people?
That
Well,
one can also turn into a
technically-
bear.
Because I could
You
foresee
could
a
probably-
chain breaking and us all
You
dying.
could probably cram one of the giant men and the 3 small people in. It would be extremely tight. Someone would be wedged up in the headspace. Someone would be like draped over a shoulder. Someone's between the legs. That's it. You're not getting all 5 of you down that fucking well. Like, you could stand 2 old people in there with not comfortable room, but enough room for like a third.
Could someone stand on
Could
top
I
of the cage?
I mean, you
Could
could
a-
ride the cage down. That's not a problem.
So Lauren, as a bear, can technically climb.
You have a climb speed as a bear?
Mhm.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I would say, didn't we, in the vision, we saw that, like, the hole was up there, but it's like a big cavern, right? Like, it opens
Yeah.
up into, like, a big... So you'd have to be, like, spider-bearing it down the
A
walls.
spider bear.
This
Let's
is
go.
horrifying. I just want you to visualize this thing. Oh, it's time to eat. Fucking looks up his hole, and there's just this fucking giant slobbering bear, like, squelching down the fucking well towards him. He's like, not again. Holy shit. Oh my god. All right. Anyways, continue. Sorry.
Because
That got me.
The bear maw opens. We're coming to get you.
yep. Because I could do bear or I could do spider. I could have the giant spider. Not as effective.
So this weird monster thingy is a plant, right? Like from
It
what
has
we
some
gathered.
fungal similarities. Yeah.
So, and I'm willing to roll an Arcana thing if I need to, or a nature, whatever. So like, does it fall under Celestials, Elementals, Fays, Fiends, or Undead? Probably not. Definitely not most of those things, but some of them.
You could roll an Arcana. See what you can figure out.
22.
Definitely not celestial. You've actually dealt with celestials before. You know for a fact this motherfucker ain't celestial. Based on what you've seen, doesn't seem to actually be fiendish, despite the behavior being very, very, very similar. There's a lot of overlap there, but it does not seem to be fiendish in nature. Doesn't seem to be undead, though it seems to have some influence over undead. In theory, it could be like a really particularly nasty fae. I mean, you're not super versed in fae stuff, but like, it's possible.
Well, you do know that protection from good and evil works against it.
It did? I didn't think it did.
I'm pretty sure it did.
So I thought I cast it on myself and it did nothing.
I know
It
Berber.
did suppress the frightened function.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The only other options are elementals or aberrations. Elemental, you don't get like a very strong elemental vibe off of this thing. Like, you would expect there to be more something,
Honestly,
more earth, more fire, more something, like.
I was like, my brain was like, is there a plant elemental? I don't think there's a plant elemental, but
Not
on the
really a
other
plant
hand,
elemental, no. There is a plant creature type, but that is not included in the protection spell. I'd say process of elimination, you could wager this is either a particularly just vicious, nasty, horrible fae, or an aberration.
Okay. Well, in that case, what I'm gonna go ahead and do, just for my own shits and giggles or whatever, is I am gonna go ahead and finish off that warding circle.
Okay.
And I'm gonna put an explosive rune on it, and I'm gonna stick it on top of that well.
Like at the mouth of the well?
Yeah, hope it all comes out of there. Good luck.
Okay, so glyph of warding. Let me just make sure that I'm... So you decide what triggers the glyph when you cast it. Glyph is inscribed on the surface. Most typical triggers include touching or standing on the glyph, or moving another object, or approaching with a certain distance, or manipulating the object which is inscribed. You can further refine the trigger so it only activates under certain conditions, or according to physical characteristics, such as height or weight, creature kind, or alignment. You can also set conditions for creatures that don't trigger the glyph, such as those who say a certain password. And explosive runes. Okay, so are we saying aberrations that cross within this threshold are going to be blown up?
Yeah, that sounds fair. It said that you can describe it, so I'm gonna describe weird fear mushroom fungal creatures.
Okay. Fair enough.
I know what kind of thing this thing mass produces. And
So there is
it's just all eyeballs. It's just a spike.
They just fucking spill out, like overflows. So there's fucking eyeballs floating around in the village square.
Yeah, and I'll say it will take acid damage.
Okay.
And I will say that we can pass by it with a passcode, which Rutabaga. Passcode
Okay.
is rutabaga.
Cast passcode rutabaga. Any aberrations who say rutabaga can walk through the fucking thing.
No, any people who say rutabaga.
I thought the aberrations were the only things that set it off.
Oh, right. Sorry. I blame
I mean,
the
if you
brand.
want to put a passcode on it, you can. That's fine. I'm not going to stop you. I just want to clarify what triggers this so that I don't pull some bullshit.
Yeah, I'll say
Unintentionally.
it's the creature, and I'll hang it from the side
Mhm.
so that it like wraps around the
Aberrations
side of the
triggered,
hole.
and then also saying rutabaga triggers.
Triggers it. Yes. God.
Nobody say rutabaga next to the glyph.
The love of God.
No, it sounds great. Rutabagas.
Well, you know, that's why I picked something that's totally usable in everyday speech.
It's just funny because we literally ate rutabagas today.
We did, actually.
But yeah, I'll hang it there. So that way, if we do choose to, ingeniously go down the well ourselves.
You wouldn't. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I'd rather
glyph
not
of warding-
accidentally friendly fire.
Glyph of warding set at the mouth of the well. What is the rest of the party doing right now?
Well, Gideon said don't come in, right?
Well, he told the soldiers. He didn't tell anybody
Oh.
else that. He was
He
just
said
like,
nobody. He said nobody comes in.
Well, I don't have any particular. You're muted, Lauren.
I think it's no one's allowed in.
That
Do
was
you
what
need to tell him something?
I understood. No, I was gonna say I'm just trying to figure out where everybody is. So, Kynan is no Sinan. What's his name?
Sidon?
Sidon.
Commodore Sidon.
What's he what's he up to?
He is probably doing like a circle around the town square and also like kind of the immediately like neighboring side streets, trying to get a sense of the layout of the town. He's got the crossbowmen sort of posted on each of the major streets, and he's kind of circling with the other two pike units, trying to get a sense of like how defensible is this position? Where can I set up? You know, he's taking stock of his terrain.
Right. Do you have any thoughts, Commodore, about how we proceed based on this raffle that's to go on within the next few hours? We are potentially revealing ourselves to the creature should we put a stop to the raffle. Or, revealing is not the right word, but we are opening ourselves up to an attack if we stop the raffle.
This is true. Although Gideon did say that he suspects the creature knows we are here already anyways, so we may be due for an attack regardless. Hence my preparations here.
Sure.
I would be disinclined to permit this raffle to continue, though I do expect we will meet resistance from the locals, and I don't know that I am eager to pit them against us so early in our operation here.
Right.
But the alternative is very concerning. I don't, again, relish the idea of this raffle at all. We could spare them by volunteering one of our own.
I mean, I think Lauren is probably just sticking with Noah right now.
Sure. Oh, hey, Lauren.
Hi. I think we should just jump in the well. Take a group of volunteers to go down in the well and kill it.
Well, we're not all going to fit in the cage.
I volunteer to stay up here.
Oh, hey, Burberry, you're here too.
Very helpful,
How long have
Burberry.
you guys been following me?
Nah, it's just me at the well, like, putting the cliff down.
I'm not going. So Burberry's sitting out next session. Got it.
Well, no, only if we decide to go down the well, because I've seen the bottom of that thing, and I don't think it has a floor.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure
At
out what
least
our
it didn't look like it had a floor.
best approach is as far as the timeline here.
Also, I don't like my odds of being stuck in a 5-foot square with John.
Gideon.
I don't know if I should resent that or not.
No, it's a compliment because I would literally get in the way of your swings.
Uh,
I feel like you just swing over your head.
Touche. Well, one of my heads.
Yes. If the top one just jumps, he could swing between you. Anyway.
My cloak!
It's fine. Wait, mending. You have mending. Gideon is going to take 24 hours to get this spell done. The raffle will potentially happen twice between now and then.
We just started, correct?
Yeah.
I'd say once. They would finish
Yeah.
right before.
Oh,
the
yeah,
next
okay,
one.
you're right. Well, the raffle is going to happen tonight, and we, I guess, just need to figure out what our approach is with these people. I have to admit, Aloran, I'm not a big fan of the jump in the well plan. It's a long fall, the cage can't hold all of us, and we don't know what's at the bottom.
I mean, we kind of do.
Oh, I
we
agree.
were sent
The vision of what happens when the cage goes down by the creature.
Can we look back at the vision and kind of try to deduce how deep it was? Because at the very bottom, when he was like feeding, we could see the light at the top.
Yeah, you could.
So like, roughly guesstimating, like how far down was it?
Noel, you have light, don't you?
Yes, I have my drift globe.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I meant it. I thought, for some part of my brain, thought you had light as a cantrip.
No, just prestidigitation. And mage hand.
Prestidigitation on rock. No, that's silly.
I can make a little fire, but that's it.
So the sacred flame went all the way down and then just puffed at the end?
Yeah, it just detonated, and you could see that the well continued onward past the detonation point.
Well, it's deeper than 60 feet, so jumping down it without some sort of rope or something is a bad idea.
Could the guy that we talked to about this have just told us how deep it was? I assume everybody's been down there.
That's true. That's fair.
It's a few 100 feet.
A few hundred.
I guess my thing at this point is I feel like
The chain
to
reaches to the bottom. And it's how we lower people for it to feed.
Like
I think that. Oh, sorry.
You hit the floor, like you land in the cage and are just in there on the floor.
You're a few feet off the ground, but yes.
Pulls out a measuring tape and just starts measuring.
Is it enough for a d6 of damage?
What were you thinking, Lauren?
What I was thinking is that I think if we're even going to kill this thing, we have to go into its lair, and I'm pretty sure its lair is at like the bottom of this well.
I mean, if
Why
we
would
take away
he else? He would
first-
put a settlement surrounding it that would feed him continuously.
Sure, I think you're right. I just worry that it's like when we go down there, the village is unguarded. Well, I guess that's not true.
Yeah, because we're gonna have like there's an entire army out here,
Yeah.
and if we could just get a few people to go with us, we stand a pretty good chance. Sorry.
Quick question. Was this well built?
It is like cobblestone, like the mouth of it, leading up to that platform.
And this might just be my theory. Could be wrong. But I'm guessing they built that well to supply water for the village, and then this thing found this village here and it's like, oh yes, now I'm going to make this my hub. So I think that it wasn't so much that it built the village around itself as it came.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
You found a convenient spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, I forgot we had like 100 soldiers.
Yeah, they're here too.
Yeah.
They didn't do much against the worms,
Yeah.
but they're there.
No, they killed them.
They killed the last of them.
Yeah. The ones that were
They
immobile.
made sure we didn't get any hits.
Sidon will probably chime in as you're discussing that. It's like, I think perhaps if we can wait out the night, at least wait out the spell of Gideon's before you delve, our ability to defend the village is going to be substantially better off.
And I think
For however long you're down there.
I think leaving during the day would be fine. It's just a matter of getting to the day.
But that means, I guess, the thing I don't like about it is we have to have like a willing sacrifice to go down there tonight.
Yeah, I see the problem.
We could also blockade the well.
Well, what they said
Nobody
is
comes
that
towards it.
they come from the woods and drag people down the well.
Well,
If they
that's
don't
what we're
get it.
here for, isn't it?
Did we want to get all of the people in one spot, or do we want to keep them scattered?
They likely know how best to hold up for the time being. I mean, we don't have a better
Burberry will
rallying
just
point yet.
gesture to the person that he kept glued to his side this whole time.
Hello.
Because she can tell stuff like that.
Well, Miss Valra, was it? Yes. We are attempting to create a sanctuary in your meeting hall, granary, so warehouse. Yes, well, come tomorrow night. Your people will be able to shelter there, and should be perfectly safe from whatever might come out of those woods. If we were to prevent this raffle tonight, how do your people secure themselves against these creatures? Well, we haven't done anything like that in a very long time. Not since I was a child. I think they just broke down the first door they could and took whoever was out there. So I'll just kind of point out towards the edge of the village in a different direction from where you came, but towards the perimeter
Right.
field. If you intend to fight these things, be careful. They may have already grabbed someone by then.
So here's my fear as well to this plan is like, yeah, we're here to protect the people, but like the way that we have to protect them is with Gideon, who is holed up for 24 hours until it's done. And like my fear is that we try to defend it, and instead of just taking a person and taking them into the well, and we never see that one person ever again, already loss of life. My fear is that it is going to kill as many people as possible.
I think it probably wants to avoid killing a lot of people because this is its food
It
source.
needs a food supply.
Yeah, but I feel like they're going to kill like all the villagers that we're trying to save.
It certainly has potential to generate a lot of leverage, given that we're trying to keep people alive.
Question. How big is this hole?
It's a normal well, like you'd have
It's whole-sized.
the bucket that goes down to get water, but now they've got like a big people cage in it, so it's
I'm
like
sorry. I promise it's not as dumb as a question as it sounds.
it's probably like a 5-foot diameter hole.
Because I mean, if we want to avoid it dragging people down the hole, couldn't we theoretically just plug up the hole?
I don't think it drags them down the hole. I think the creatures drag them into the woods and then take him through an alternate route, I would guess. Or just kill him.
Well, because they said
Last
that.
time they dragged him down the well.
Oh, they do drag him. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the reasons.
It was horrible. I watched it from that window. She'll point to the second story window of her house, looking out over the town square.
Burberry will pat her consolingly. But yeah,
I was 10 years old. It was a long time ago.
It's not polite to ask a person their age. It's not polite to ask a person their
Yeah, I want to
age.
know so bad, too.
Well, because she has the half-pointed ears. It could be any amount of time.
If she's an old elf or half-elf, she's been here a long fucking time.
Over
But yeah.
a century.
So I don't think we can prevent necessarily the creature going in and out of the hole, but we might be able to prevent people from going into the hole if we just collapse it a little bit. I mean, it's only 5 feet wide, and from what they said, it's hundreds of feet deep. So if it follows spelunking rules, whatever spelunking is, collapses like that would not be hard.
How would you propose we collapse it?
I think a pretty solid explosion or disruption into the wall would do quite well.
If we collapse it, it does mess with the Lauren's go down there plan.
I mean, that, no offense, Lord, that makes me more for it.
In defense of a Lauren's plan, how else are we going to get down there?
All right, so this might seem a little weird, and it might be a little bit more because I am very much focused on the survivability of the whole thing, unintended. But I think we might be fine as long as we get all of these people out, because we're stealing its food source.
I think we have to kill it.
And I also don't relish the idea of going down a very deep hole with a thing that wants to eat me with no solid way of getting back out of said hole if said creature decides to just break the way we came down. I've already been in a cave with that thing, and that was only one small part of that thing. I really do not like the idea of being surrounded by things.
That's like a fair point, but like at this point we are in the Shadowfell. We have no way out of the Shadowfell, and the only way we have out that we know will possibly work is killing the creature that created it.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, we could just bury it and pretend it doesn't exist, but now we're stuck with an entire army of people that we led into the forest to kill it, and now we're not gonna kill it.
Lauren, I'm going to ask you a very small question.
Okay.
Oh no.
You're welcome to answer it however you see fit. How powerful of a being do you think it takes to create an alternate dimension?
Very powerful.
And, not to quantify us or anything, but we are only level 5.
I mean, like, I get that, but I feel like we're also at the point of, like, no return. We went into this forest to rescue this village and kill the creature. And, like, if there's one thing that has been pretty much said to us by the DM the entire time we've been on this island is that it's in the middle of the island, and it likes to be underground. So, ding, ding, ding. We're in the middle of the island and it's underground.
Out of character, how many people are standing around us right now?
So
It was Sidon
you
and, like,
three,
a few people.
Sidon, Valra, one of the pikeman units. So 16 people minimum. I don't know where Barnaby and John are right now. What are they doing?
Lauren, I'm very sorry. Bird does agree with you, but Barry's on top today.
John's just been patrolling around the village looking for anything odd.
But
I
like,
guess I'll follow with John. Don't got anything pressing.
that's where I'm at. It's like
Yeah.
we're here already. We can't back out. Like,
I'm kind of with Lauren. These people are kind of counting on us to kill this thing. I think
Well, they are counting on us to get them out.
but we can't get
I
them
feel
out.
like-
but how do we get them out without killing it? That's where I'm at. I'm like, where are we
I was
gonna get an
assuming-
entire village out?
I was assuming we could escort them out during the day when this thing is not active. Because it does seem to have a lot more trouble operating during daylight hours.
But they're still in the Shadowfell. Because we are in the
Yeah,
Shadowfell.
We don't
right
have a way
now.
out of the Shadowfell.
And the only way we know out of the Shadowfell is to kill the thing.
Okay, so Kat does not remember something at the moment, so please
Okay.
refresh me. On one of the Arcana checks that I made on the past couple of sessions, I asked if we do kill the thing, does the Shadowfell just go away, or are there still entrances and exits from the Shadowfell?
Right. So you would know, and you rolled a pretty okay on that check, right? Yeah. You would know the Shadowfell exists regardless of this thing. The Shadowfell is one of the resonant planes of the material plane. It is always there. It is just a facet of reality. This thing has apparently a measure of control over the permeability of the Shadowfell on this island and the material plane. Killing it would theoretically release that control. It would allow normal traffic to travel between these two planes. And I believe that you also talked to a couple of people who theorized that this was an island that was already sort of in contact with the Shadowfell, similar to the way Feral is tied to the Feywild. So it is possible that by moving away from the center of the island, once this thing is no longer controlling the doors, so to speak.
Gotcha. So it's
In
like we're
theory,
in a
you
very
would
long
be-
hallway and it has to be 2 doors.
Yeah.
Okay,
This thing has staked a claim. If you break the claim,
I apologize. That's on me. I thought that this thing was the thing that made the Shadowfell, not that it just stole the Master Key.
No, that's all right. I think
it's more like he threw up some walls in a house and was like, "Nah, this is mine now.
yeah. I think
Y'all can't leave."
it's all pretty obtuse regardless.
Yeah.
He
it is.
controls how we get in and out, is how I understand it. So
I do still hold that I don't want to go down the hole, though. I'd much rather make it come up.
Trust me, Lauren doesn't want to go down the hole either. But at this point, I think that is the best course of action.
She says with 2 bottles of beer in her hands. Just,
Yeah,
I don't
literally,
know what
like-
you want from me. I'm trying. Okay?
I'm trying over here, man. We're gonna go down a hole together, okay? At least you're not alone this time.
I mean, all things considered, he wasn't the worst conversationalist. He just didn't know how to properly end a conversation.
Do you think if one of, like, hypothetically, if one of us went down the well as the wrathful, do you think it would kill us?
Oh, 100%. All right. Well, let's see. All right. Let's just do a head count real quick, shall we? It can't get any fear out of me, and so it attacked me out of nowhere. You and John have been egging it on since the very first moment you met it.
I don't know.
Barnaby has probably done the most damage to it overall,
also he thinks he's in a dream.
and he thinks he's in a dream. And Noel has also been surprisingly staunch against his fear tactics. I don't think it's a big fan of us at the moment.
But wouldn't it want to, like, torture us forever type of thing? It's like, oh my god, I finally got them. Let me just fucking... This is my
Well,
fine
you see,
dining for the rest of my...
I'd be
their
able
life.
to answer that question if it got me the last time, but unfortunately I got out of it.
touche.
I think this is really just a question of timing at this point. Are we trying to lure it out tonight? Or are we waiting for the sanctuary and just weathering the storm of failing to give it its sacrifice?
I mean, if we fail to give it a sacrifice, it'll use a huge amount of mana. No, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just genuinely afraid because, like, yes, the food source is gonna go away, but technically, we brought a whole army too. Okay, can we go away from to a more secluded area for this conversation?
No, we cannot because unfortunately Gideon is very much stuck.
Well,
the next day.
We could step away from the soldiers for a few minutes.
Yeah, I want to step away from people and have a more whispered conversation because I don't feel like we should have been having any of this conversation next to each other.
Yeah, the soldiers are all just standing there, just like, what are we about to do, guys?
Should we?
We'll be right back.
Should we bring commander peoples with us?
Do what?
Should we bring the commander person with us to weigh in?
I feel like Sidon could be a part of this conversation.
Yeah.
If only because he does know the actual skill set of his troops.
Well, what I was about to say was going to be fucked up, and the soldiers would probably not like what I was going to say. So I was like, actually, let me say this.
Okay.
The fuck away. But it's like, for me, like, it knows that we are here to attempt to save this village, okay? And and you're talking about food source, yeah, I get that, but we brought a whole new group of people.
True.
That he could kill them and basically completely destroy the morale of all the soldiers, and then we're stuck here, and he has his food supply still.
Well,
and he gets to do.
Whenever I meant starving him of his food supply, I meant if we took away the villagers and all the soldiers with us, there would be no one living here.
Yeah.
So he would eventually starve, theoretically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything is so pretty in theory.
Yeah, I guess that's just kind of like my fear is that if we try to like block the passage and all that stuff, he's just gonna start like killing the villagers,
murdering people.
Yes, because he knows we're here. Like, there's no doubt about it.
Also, imagine we are a very potent food source, as are all these soldiers.
Yes, we're fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
No offense. Said to the NPC.
That's kind of my biggest fear is if we don't give it something or we try to delay for the night, it's just going to like go on a fucking rampage.
Well, luring.
Yeah. Like it did last time when we told it we were going to do the thing.
I definitely think that one of the 6 of us should not go down the hole if we are going to do the whole pretend sacrifice thing, because that would just get us murdered immediately. Theoretically, if one of our compatriots, and I really do not wish to put forth anybody who did not volunteer for the task, because that is generally what is known as a dick move. But they would be far more likely to be returned than us. That being said, I'd say that the chances of murdering to not murdering is still probably about 75-25. For us, it's a good solid 95. But for them, I'll lower it to 75.
What bugs me here is if Gideon is right and this thing is watching us and has been watching us and knows we're here and has seeing eyes everywhere, what is it waiting for to make a move? Why doesn't it just send all the creatures of the forest after us right now?
Darkness. It very much likes nighttime.
It is nighttime.
We never had a problem with it during the day. No, it's almost nighttime.
I would like to say that when I spoke to like the plant things earlier, and every time it's talked, it has sounded very quiet. But that
it was less active.
Yes, and it's less active, so I think it's still down there recovering.
Well, what time is it?
It's probably like 6 o'clock.
So how much time do we have left?
Like a couple hours, if that.
Maybe an hour.
Maybe an hour. Okay. So
Depends,
I
is
guess
daylight savings or not?
Oh god, the shift's tonight.
Oh god!
Okay, looking at it as pragmatically as possible, in the interest of keeping as many people safe as possible, the best thing to do, and I hate to say it, would be to just let the raffle go one more time, as it has countless times before.
That is literally, unfortunately, what I've been thinking.
And it's awful that someone's going to have to go through this one more time, but there's just so many unknown factors, and we're waiting for Gideon to finish this thing, and the less disruptive we are, the less chance it lashes out.
Which is part of the reason why I was like, part of me wanted to be the one to go down it, because I'm like, I feel terrible. But then I'm like, well, this thing could kill me if I could. Got a vendetta. I've been calling him baby teeth for a while now.
I think Burberry's right. If any of the 5 of us go down there, we're not coming back up.
I have an idea that I would hate.
6 of us, sorry.
Oh, I'd hate that idea so much.
What's the idea? So I had a terrible idea too. Are you talking about Noelle's changeling thing?
No, I would never sacrifice Noelle.
I also have an idea that I don't know if it's terrible or not.
Oh, mine's terrible.
Oh, hi, John.
Like...
I already don't like Lauren's idea.
Oh, I know. I thought about it and I was like, oh, that's fucked up, but it could possibly work.
Which idea is this, Lauren? And John? And Burberry? Everyone's got no ideas.
Except for
and
Noelle, who was apparently the bait. In Lauren's eyes.
So, just to confirm, the well is like leads to this thing's territory, right?
As far as we know.
And this thing is plant-based, correct?
It's plant-ish, fungal-ish.
Have we considered just dumping a bunch of oil down there and lighting it on fire?
I like that plan.
I like that plan too, actually.
Do you have a bunch of oil?
I do. The only problem is that it's just going to bail out whatever other exit it's got. It doesn't accomplish anything.
Okay, but if it's another exit, we might be able to all enter through that exit or fight it once it tries to get out of that exit.
We'd have to find the exit first. Is the
Yeah, then we need to know where that is.
It seems to be connected to every single mycelia that's running through the floor.
Oh, right. Also,
That's
it can
true,
just
I guess.
burrow under the island to wherever it wants.
Dang it.
Yeah, it's got a lot of escape plans, or escape routes available.
So,
I don't know.
my
I'd just act as bait then.
Lauren was going to sacrifice herself.
Are you saying
so...
that because you think you're in a dream right now?
Well, partially from that, yes, but also partially it did have a bit of an influence on me. What with the shrimp man thing, it was trying to reach out to me for a reason, I think.
If you weren't in a dream, Barnaby, would you be willing to still?
I'd say why not?
So,
Mama didn't raise a coward.
here's a question. Do you
How about I
think
go down
if
there
we,
with you, Barnaby? You won't
if we
be alone.
tried to take all the villagers out of here, do you think it would do everything in its power to stop us?
I'd say so. We're taking its food supply.
Except we don't have anywhere to go.
How long do you think it would take to starve it into action?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
How long do you think it would take to starve it into action?
I mean, it's already pretty hungry, but it's also very weak at the moment.
If we go with that
That being-
plan, we are betting that we can keep these people alive in the Shadowfell for days, potentially.
Well, that would
Well-
actually be pretty easy. I'm gonna throw the keeping the people alive as long as we can keep them alive for 24 hours would be very, very easy. Because between Gideon and his shelter and me and my create food and water, we could literally stay in there forever.
That's what I was gonna say. Didn't Gideon set up like a place that the demons can't get, or the demon can't get into?
Until
It's still
dispelled.
being set up. It's for 24 hours and until dispelled. Like that's the
It takes 24 hours to cast, so he's still casting it right now
And then how long does it last?
yes.
until dispelled.
So forever.
Oh.
Theoretically.
So yeah, as soon as he sets it up, then we essentially have a place where we can get everybody into, and then we have an infinite amount of food. So we could technically keep everybody alive until we starve him out of his hiding.
Well, the problem is tonight and the raffle.
Yes, that's the big
That's
deal.
the problem.
Also, we are basing that whole starve him out thing on a lot of guesses. Like,
That's true, I
he
guess.
could live for years without food. We don't know.
No, so I really don't feel like being inside of a singular room for years.
Could have
That
a
sounds
great bottle episode, though.
Bottle?
Never mind.
Oh, no, well, if you wanted to hear Lauren's terrible idea, and there's a reason she didn't voice this, it's because it was like, terrible idea. Is that you're changeling, you could change into what one of the villagers looks like and go down there and pretend.
That's true. If I was
And
a
you'll-
very selfless person, if I was a better person than I am, yes, that would be an option.
Out of character. Terrible out of character comment. But Noelle definitely has more hit points than the villagers.
I'll say this though: if this thing
true.
gets into your mind, it will just know it was me.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So I can look different, but I can't be different in the brain.
Yep, that's fair. I didn't think about that. See, and this is why I wasn't even going to bring it up, because I was like, this is just not going to happen.
Regardless, whether Barnaby's
Not
volunteering or
really
not,
well.
I don't think we should send any of us down there. I think I stand by our best plan, as sucky as it is to just let the villagers do their thing one more time.
Well, Lauren's going to walk towards the well.
Okay.
Sneak away.
Rutabaga.
Actually, yeah, no, that would it explodes for 20 feet, so if we set it off, it would totally collapse the tunnel. Maybe. Probably.
Or we could just make a bigger hole.
We have a shovel, we could do that.
So, Lauren, you're sneaking away to do something?
I don't know, man. Lauren's conscience is really getting to her right now. Like, she really does not want to sacrifice, like, another villager to this thing. Because pretty much Lauren had the same mindset as Barnaby. It's like, I'll go down the fucking hole. Like, that's why I bought, like, however many gold worth of diamonds. Revive me later.
I'd have to get to you to remember.
Yeah, that's a 1 minute countdown on that Revivify, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah,
well.
it's not a instant thing.
Never
There's a
mind.
reason that we try to avoid people going down and fight.
That's fair.
Until we get raised dead. Then if people can die as much as they want.
I don't want people to die as much as they want.
It's counterintuitive to my whole ethos.
That was out of character.
I don't know.
I
Do
feel
we
like...
want to? Do we want to think over this for the next week?
Well, I was going to say, like...
This
I
feels
feel
a-
like we maybe are going in circles, and we perhaps need the opinions of the NPCs at this point to maybe be a tiebreaker.
Okay.
All right, NPCs.
Who do you wanna ask?
convince us.
Well, Sidon's been with us talking, so
Okay.
start there.
Sidon is torn. Because on the one hand, it is an odious thing to sacrifice another villager. On the other hand, we have to make it one more night. Agitating this thing tonight could be worse for us than just letting this happen. And in the grand scheme, These people have been making the sacrifice every night for the past God knows how long. One more is a drop in the bucket. Which is a horrible thing to say, but these are the odds we're looking at right now.
Part of me is saying that if we are going to sacrifice a villager tonight, we should sacrifice one that believes we're fake.
Go get that old lady.
Are you suggesting that we rig the raffle?
Maybe we don't need to rig it, but maybe we might need to roll it more than once.
So rig it.
That starts getting into some strange moral territory.
I mean, if they believe that we aren't real anyway, it would just, again, be a drop in the bucket. But we just gave this whole group of people a hope that they'll be able to see another day. Throwing one of the people who believe us down there seems more cruel somehow.
It is, yeah. You know what? I blame Gideon.
This is why I am not
This is
This is Gideon's fault.
This is Gideon's fault.
He gave us this weird clock.
I didn't write the Hallow spell, alright?
No, but you chose to cast it.
Could have not cast it. Like I said, fuck it. You're on your own. I'm not coming. Good luck out there.
I think the dilemma here is there's got to be something better to use Gideon for in this scenario. That's where my brain's at.
He's been very effective up to this point.
Because what he has done is created a moral dilemma at this point. And yes,
but
what he's
loves his moral dilemmas.
I know. I'm not against those in D&D, but I'm saying in a practical sense, for the character's perspective, Gideon has sort of put this choice onto us all of a sudden by way of casting the spell, choosing to go about this in the way he has decided to.
Well, okay, so from Kat's perspective, Gideon didn't actually put the clock on us. The clock would have been on us regardless, because we are here for the night. We're not leaving right away. One way or the other, this lottery was going to happen.
I don't know if that's true.
Because
I think we could have, if we showed up and we were just like, fuck you, creature, we started throwing fire in the pit, we bait him out or whatever, we could have just thrown down tonight.
I mean, theoretically, we can still do that.
Yeah,
Why
but
don't we just do that?
That's the question, is why don't we just do that? Because now Gideon is making a safe space, and so now we have to wait against something.
Lauren said to just go down the hole and go kill this. That was my game plan at this point, because that seemed like the best thing, because it's going to be too distracted by us to attack the village, or that would be the hope. And even if it did, there's a whole army here to protect people. And the hope is that when we go in there, we're attacking it, we're going to kill it, and it will be too distracted with us to do anything else.
My vote's to collapse the hole, but that being said, if we decide to do that, there's not really going back to a Lord's plan, because the hole is collapsed.
What does collapsing the hole do for us?
It makes it so he can't drag other people down the hole.
I see.
Because it literally makes a physical barrier there.
Right.
At this
And
point,
while
that's
it doesn't worry about physical barriers, its victims very much do.
Yeah, my biggest thing with that is that there's, out of character, everything's been said that it's, underground. It goes underground. Its lair is underground, and this is the only opening that we know of to get there.
Right. That's
I think the math at this point is pretty simple. If we fight it tonight, we risk a lot of villagers. If we fight it tomorrow, we sacrifice one villager.
So it's the trolley.
Did anybody play the trolley problem?
Yeah, that's what we're in.
Yes!
And
Anyways.
I'll be honest. It's late. I've had half of a Brandy Alexander. I'm not the best place to think about moral dilemmas, especially like the trolley problem. So I might need a week on this.
It's fair.
So unfortunately, I don't know.
Ding ding.
Oh, and also
Ding,
literally
ding.
half of me is like, yes,
that the
let's go
raffle
fight
sound,
a giant
Jacob?
hole monster.
Ding ding.
I think that's
Somewhere
the
in village,
trolley sound.
a bell is
Oh.
ringing. And you see the
We'll
doors
just
of the
ask-
village beginning to open, and very
just ask-
slowly, the people of Muiti begin to assemble in the town square around the well.
Let's just cast Major Illusion on the well entrance so it looks like it's not there.
Where'd the well go?
Guess we can't do the raffle.
Well, if you guys want a week to think on this, we will pick up here as the raffle
Not gonna get solved, but
is
sure.
beginning.
It's
If it
not.
don't get solved
but
We,
soon,
I'm
I'm
we are
just gonna
going to
jump
come
down
back
the
next
well.
week and immediately pick this back up.
Barnaby, we'll go down the well together. How about that?
Yeah, if
Well,
it don't get figured out, I'm jumping.
If it don't get figured out in a short amount of time, the raffle is going to begin. So, we'll pick up there.
Oh,
next
here we
time.
go. We just keep arguing about what to do, and then the raffle happens in the background, and we have no part of it.
What if we
Problem
just send
solved.
all the
You're
villagers
not
down?
absolved of moral responsibility if you plan to be absent.
We wash our hands of it. We were busy. The raffle happened. Not our fault.
Oh no, the
Decide to leave.
raffle
We
happened.
take all the soldiers with us. We just say,
Oh,
okay,
that
bye,
was
sweetie.
tonight? Oh,
Oh,
shoot.
fuck. Oh, it
Ah,
just happened. We had our
darn.
backs
We
turned.
were
We weren't
busy.
listening.
Oh,
We were
sorry.
so wrapped
we,
up on
we
our
were, we
thing.
were on mountain time.
No
We were
moral
on
dilemma.
time.
Yeah, the daylight saving just really threw us
So
off.
sorry.
Oh, was it 7? Shit.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay, well, MVP. Let's get a vote.
I'm gonna say Alora just because I spent so much time arguing with her, and I respect that she had a different opinion.
Right back at you, Cat.
All right, one for Allure and one for Barber.
I'll give it to
Oh
Berber.
my god.
All right.
I'm good. I'm down for a burp.
All right.
Aw,
that's
thanks, guys. I literally did
MVP
nothing.
Burberry.
All we did was argue.
Yeah. I mean, what else to do, right? I'm always like, I have a really nasty tendency, and you would know this as much, Johnny, because you were in the last session. But I have a tendency of getting really caught up in a lot of stupid details.
There was a
Uh,
Yeah, this situation just sucks in general. Like, literally,
I blame
am-
Gideon.
I'm literally about to
You
go.
invited him.
I'm literally
I
about
wanted
go
him to
lock
throw
my
magic at
character
the
in a
creature.
cage.
That's all what I wanted him for. I wanted him to shoot fireballs and shit. Not go into a barn and tell everybody to go away.
This is what he knows how to do.
Well, to be fair, if this attack, explosion, whatever happens, I imagine Gideon will let go of his spell halfway through and come and help. He doesn't seem the type to ignore the problem to finish what he's working on.
Yeah. Well,
Anyways,
see.
I just want y'all to know there's a good chance Lauren is gonna go walk into that cage and lock herself in. Just
So,
so that y'all are
the
aware.
dumb idea that I have actually has a limit or a range to how much it'll work, which is I have something called a warding bond, which gives a creature that I bond with resistance to all damage, but I take the same amount of damage that they do. So it redistributes the damage so that I also take damage.
Interesting.
That being said, it's got a 60-foot range, so there's no way it's making it to the bottom of this hole.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah. So legitimately, I was like, does anybody have major illusion? Then I could just majorly pretend to not be here. while
An
I'm
illusion
hanging
spell would
from
be
this-
useful, but I don't think anyone has that.
While I'm hanging from this rope.
Well, for support, I have determined Allure, Noel, and Burberry get a point with each other for the raffle debate.
Sweet.
Such a lucky baby.
And we'll say John and Barnaby for securing town together.
All right.
Fair enough.